Meeting to order, please. On Tuesday, December 16th, 2025, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I was reminded that December 7th was a day of national recognition for us, and we weren't in session at that time. I could take a few seconds of silence to remember those that served for us. Thank you. Everyone's had a chance to review the agenda. Any changes, modifications? If not, motion to approve.
Make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Package, we have the prior meeting minutes. We should all have had a minute to review. Are there any changes, modifications, edits to this? If not, a motion to approve, please.
Motion to approve the minutes.
Have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passed. Accounts payable. We have printed total accounts payable of $862,838.12. Any discussion on any items here, please?
So in there's 2 months for VA rent, that riders or whatever, 600 a month for the
Correct.
VA rider, something.
And writer management.
Yeah. So does anybody know where we're at on VA? Heard anything? Or
Yeah, I can place on that. So, that's the position that is hired and managed by Sweetwater County under our agreement with Lincoln County and Sweetwater County on that. I have reached out to him a couple of different times. They're pretty hard to get a hold of in Sweetwater County. It is my understanding that the last time I spoke to them, they had somebody that they were going to hire. The last communication I had that I reached out to them seeking more clarification was on whether or not it mattered if that office was in Pinedale or Marbleton because of the issue of being able to place that person there. I have not gotten any information back from them. And on that, he did say that in the communication I had with him prior, he had said, well, you may get some, we would get some pushback from people in Pinedale if the office was in Marbleton. And I asked for clarification, hey, does that mean it has to be in Pinedale? And I have not heard anything back. So at this point, this is essentially just to button up this invoice is just to button up to the payments for the time.
I understand,
that we've been
November,
paying.
December.
Yeah. And so last time you all discussed it, you didn't want to sign a lease until we knew what the story was from about Marbleton, and I still haven't got anything back.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll continue to keep replying all to the same email and saying, following up, what do we have?
Great, thank you for that. That address your question? Yep. Any other questions pertaining to payables, modifications, edits? If not, motion to approve or adjust?
Make a motion to approve accounts payable in the amount of $862,838.12.
Have a
Second.
motion and second. All in favor of? Aye. Any opposed? Next, Billy Pape, please.
Morning. Based on my activity list. One day we'll plow snow and the next day we're doing zero work. A lot of work here. We're still crushing. Temperatures are good, so that's good. Stockpiling. Been trimming a bunch of willows, still doing a lot of culvert work, cleaning culverts. Just doing all the stuff that we're able to keep doing because of the temperatures, so that's great. It had to pick up some snow around town that last storm. We got that done. Did have a question there. Do I keep picking the snow up around the clinic, or we do that? We always have. I just didn't know since it's changed.
I thought we decided not to, but I don't know, whatever.
Oh, did on like garbage and stuff like that, and not snow.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Clayton, have we had any conversation regarding snow removal for the hospital clinic? As far as county obligation to remove that, or is that up to the hospital district to address?
Just to clarify, do we mean at the proactive building or do we mean the hospital up on the hill?
Up on the hill, we always pick up their piles.
Have they requested that?
We just always have, and yeah, they haven't this year, but they have, every year they'll call me but we've always just done it on our loop,
There hasn't been any communication through their council to me on that question. If that's gonna be up to you guys if you want to pick up or not.
I just didn't want to do it, and then, I just thought
Thank you.
we always have it.
Thank you, Clayton.
It's a bigger facility now, and I didn't know if they were, so.
You're in that area at times, you're not going out of your way to do it.
No, we do all down below, rendezvous and that, so then we just pop up on the hill. They normally where they push it is right there by the ambulance barn and everything, so they have problems getting in there, that they got that alleyway. So their piles, we just clean their piles around where the helicopter lands, because they push that, so we just clean that area.
It's not a real big deal, or it is?
No, it's no big deal. I just didn't want to do it in stuff, because I know things changed up there a little bit, so.
Yeah, they've changed a lot. My suggestion would be if they contact you to look at it, and I'm okay with it myself, but
I'll just keep moving my
yeah.
That's good. Thank you.
Okay.
So I've got one question on Calpet. I took the tour there and that
Yeah.
last cattle guard. Of course, the wind had blew and your sign was a long ways away.
Well, yeah,
That last cattle guard's gonna be a bear, it looks to me like. They had just to tear that pad out and build it up for the winter.
yeah.
We talked to them, they're gonna get it fixed. We just wanted to wait till spring
Spring.
because it's so much.
God damn, that thing's rough.
But I could tear it out.
I could see where you tear something.
Just mill it. I was just saying if you it's rough, yeah. And I have to be real careful with the plow
Oh,
trucks.
yeah, that south side of it's dropped
Yeah,
quite a ways.
I could do.
Was that the one I repaired already?
Yeah, they talked about fixing it. We just told them to hold off till spring because we're kind of.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. It may be better off to tear it out and just
It's a
fix it
road
for the
base in
winter,
there.
save tearing the plow up.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just tear it out and then just fill it in with rotomill and then.
I can touch base with them, see what they've come up with a final plan, but yeah, we kind of told them to hold off till spring just because we didn't know what the weather would do and
The frost,
Sure.
I was afraid it.
didn't want to have to fix it a third time.
Yeah, oh, absolutely, but it looks to me like it could become a hazard for the winter.
Yeah,
so
it's rough. Okay, I'll get that done. Other than that, you guys have any questions?
So where's the big excavator going yesterday?
Back to the pit. We were plucking willows out there on Pocket Creek.
Pretty good size one.
Yeah, it's a pretty good size one. It normally, it does the bigger stuff, Normally it feeds the crusher mainly. And that, well,
Yeah, I got just the closeout change order for the East Green River Road project. Came in $2,250.50 under budget, so. Like it to be a little more, but that's just the way it goes. We almost got up against it. I'm getting my estimates a little too close for my liking, so. Learn as I go, so I just need a approval for this change order to close the project out.
Any discussion on this? Motion to approve? Second,
Second.
all in favor? Aye. Thank you.
And the other thing I have is the box culvert got delivered, so it's staged on site as soon as the weather allows in the spring. So we'll have a materials on hand invoice for that, and then proceed installing that as soon as we can in the spring.
Okay.
That's all I have. I think Mike's got.
Wonderful. Good morning.
Morning, Commissioners. Got the county roads that we've been looking at. Clayton's office prepared the resolutions. This is the list of all the county roads ready for acceptance today.
Thank you.
All easements, in the cases where easements needed to be obtained, have been recorded. So all easements are in place. That's on the face of the resolution. We had to put together 2 plats for the remainder of them. They're subdivision plats that we're going to accept as the official county road plats. So those are recorded. So I have 2 maps here. Once these resolutions are approved, I just need to get the acceptance signatures, these 2 maps. These 2 maps, the one is for South Fremont Lake Road, which was the Central Federal project next to Fremont, and the other one is for Parr Avenue and the extension of Granite Lane. We just combined that into one map. So,
So where's Alpine Hills? Which one's that?
it's up there right next to Hidden Hills.
So past it? The
Yeah.
extension there goes by Gozars?
Yeah,
Is that-
exactly.
So that one's kind of rough shape, you know? I mean, isn't it gonna take quite a bit to fix that road?
it's not bad. I mean, it's dirt, you know, but it's got gravel. I mean, we bladed it. I mean, it's not terrible.
Yeah, I don't
got
remember
good-
discussing that one, so that's real.
It's got, you know, drainage, and everything. It's a, you know, it was built, you know, to kind of our, you know, right at our specs. So it's good.
Well, that'd be something though, we'd have to asphalt in the future, you think, or what's going on there?
It-
I mean, there's 2 houses in it. There,
Yeah, well, there's that cul-de-sac.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, in the future, we could, you know, when we're doing our other chip seals.
okay.
Hey, Clayton, you got those resolutions? Oh, Jessica does. So I don't know how you want to do this. We just want to run through each of these individually and just approve each one individually.
Is there any discussion pertaining to this list?
Well, I've got one question. I'm gonna go back. Is the Alpine Hills Drive? That's the one you go down there. Yeah, there's 2 houses down there in a cul-de-sac. You turn around and come back. Is that the one?
Yes.
And have you done something with with it this year already?
Bladed it.
You did blade it? Because I took a little tour down through that thing and everybody shook me to death. That's
Yeah,
why.
it was rough. Yeah,
Okay.
that's, I got it bladed, so plowing it wouldn't be so. It's real, it's sandy material, which that's common for, the, most of the road base around here, that contractors, like out of the old Schreiber pit and that, it's real sandy stuff, so, unless you mag water, it washboards pretty quick. So,
So the Parr Avenue Road, I know it's got pavement on both ends of it. As I recall, so in the future then, would you anticipate doing something between those other than blading it, or what's the forecast there?
For now, just pretty much just blading it.
Okay, all of these resolutions were included in our package. All gone through by County Attorney Clayton Malinkovich. I think we'll put them through on a joint approval for the following: Skyline Drive Extension, Granite Lane Extension, South Broken Hills Drive Extension, South Fremont Lake, Parr Avenue, Alpine Hills Drive, Wild West Place, Hidden Hills Drive. Is there any further discussion pertaining to these resolutions? If not, entertain a motion on this.
I'd make a motion to approve said resolution adopting list of county roads as county roads.
Motion and second. Or second?
Okay, I'll second it.
Is there any further discussion?
Well, I would, I hate to see this in the next year or two. We don't know for certain where we're at, but I think if there's an issue with on these roads that just have right now have a gravel top, so to speak, if there's an issue with chip sealing or in fact asphalt, I think before it occurs, they come before the commission. Billy come before the commission and ask authorization to do so, because we may be looking at significant money down the road on the ones that are like, for instance, the Parr Avenue one. If I'm living on that, I'd like to see it all the way paved from one end to the other, but that may be one of those things that's, I have no idea what it costs. Could be a $2 or $3 million project before we get
I
through.
think a good dose of mag water would help that. I mean, so
Yeah. So that's the only concern I would have going forward is these that just have a road base on top, before they go further as far as upgrades, that the commission, whoever's on that commission at that point in time, is aware of what it's gonna cost. So
Okay, we have a motion, please.
So, I just want to clear the air here on my part. We took a lot of static when we took Hidden Hills. And here we are taking one that's not blacktop or in a very good condition, so that's why I'm a little hesitant, but I'm sure it's gonna pass, but just so in the future, we may have to be a little more careful.
So you're one to cut Parr Avenue out of
No, this is the Alpine.
for Alpine, yeah.
I'm not telling anybody to cut it out. I'm sure it needs done, but I'm just saying that under a microscope here.
So we have a motion and a second for on a resolution to have these county maintained. We had discussion pertaining to future improvements and upgrades to it. You can certainly make a motion to have any improvements, upgrade, additional work approved by the commission, and we can put that as part of this
Yeah, I'd feel comfortable with that. And down the road, you know, if all of a sudden, you know, there's 25 people move in on one of these and it needs to be upgraded, then and the funding is available, because we don't know next year, 2 or 3 or whatever, where the funding level is going to be. And so you take these projects on, $1 million here, $1 million there, and pretty soon you're out of millions.
Okay.
That's all I'm asking, is that we have a little bit of a buffer, so to speak, for.
So would anyone care to make a motion pertaining to that?
Doesn't he already have to, by getting his budget approved, come to us and get approval to do any of that kind of stuff outside of normal maintenance?
Yeah, you said that pretty well. I could second that. Okay.
But that's already in place, right?
And like you know, most of them are paid, so I mean, it'll go into our, you know, our maintenance, so
Yeah, no, I understand that, but there's 2 or 3 of them here that aren't.
Yeah.
And those are the ones that could, you know, for the length of them, and that could be significant.
Oh, yeah. If any of those would come in front of you, I mean, we'd have to put them in for a project to be paid and stuff. I mean, the only maintenance I'll do on this is just like our other, you know, we'll blade them, add a little brain to automatic water. And other than that, you guys will be the ones that if people, you know, it's like the rest of them when it comes to traffic counts where that many people get on them where it's feasible to pave them, then they'll come in front of you guys before we ever do a project or anything.
Good. The motion and second. Is there any further discussion pertaining to upgrades to the road? Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Stevens?
You
Okay. Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
Thank you. Motion passed.
I guess we want to just start with the stack on one end. We just pass it around.
You bet.
You guys.
Last person.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's.
want us to shove these around and even shred it up again.
Did we?
With.
Yes, please.
Got that one?
Go ahead.
Oh. We're done.
Any more down there? Sorry about that.
Cabinet road treatment and wonderful, like, how long's that thing going to stay there till it's going? It's,
Yes. Yeah.
oh, yeah, so that's two of them. Easy. Can't touch your mouth. You had to get really on the other side for them. A lot of people, what?
Oh.
What call? So Billy, hit me again.
I was
So
looking.
how many extra? I've asked this question before. So how many extra miles was coming out of this one?
They're pretty short. Yeah, there's none of them that are. God, and I had that thing one. In like, total miles, they're real short things.
Except for Styling.
Yeah, except for Skyline and Lake Road. And all that, but them other ones in here.
So this one's for Grant. This one goes in there.
Is it 5, 10?
Without,
I can get a total for you.
Well, I'm just curious the extensions of the total.
Oh, in South Broken Hills is a couple 100 feet, 300 feet. Granite Lane just basically goes from the end of pavement there on Granite over to Par. So it's short. That's the mile.
they're all.
So that bar probably is it. It's 3/4 of a mile.
Which one?
Bar around that. It's
Yeah.
that one thing.
Yeah. Wild West is like a little over a mile.
And we should have.
Signature there.
There should be grass.
And
Daughter. And then the skyline.
you want to take them down, like, that's.
I sure can, yeah.
Thank you.
All righty. Landfill, where. Oh. All right, this is the change order on for the chip seal. H&K.
Yep, looks like we came in 439,697.97 cents. So I think it was a crack ceiling was a little bit less than was anticipated, and I know estimating chip seal is kind of difficult, so we always try and pad it a little bit, so.
Well, especially with the crack ceiling.
Yep.
You never really know till you get into it.
So similar to the East Green River Road, this is just a closeout change order to,
I'd make a motion to approve the change order for the county chip sealing project.
Have a motion, second.
Second,
Have a motion and second. Any discussion?
Tighten your estimates up a little.
yep, we got it. I'm always real close, and air's really high, so we'll find the middle ground somewhere.
All in favor?
I-
Any opposed?
This is not the other one.
Yep, we like these
Not in
ones.
here.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
So landfill. And then some more chain link, stop some of the blow and crash. Down there doing that today, putting some new strains. Working on our cell. Finding it out some more. Other than that, everything's good down there. Golf course, we're just. Pro shop's open, feeling good. They can keep it coming through, just waiting so we can groom the trails. Get snow. That's pretty much all I have.
Any questions for Billy,
I got one.
please?
I'm just curious. On sorting and loading tires. That's a substantial investment, looks to me like. Is it, how can we get away from that somewhat? Can you do that yourself, all those tires, or what?
We are.
You are?
And then, it, taken two places, taking the company in Rock Springs, but they'll only take like our tires. And then we have to take all the other tires, to, all the equipment tires, big tires, to Logan. So yeah, we haul them. So really all we're paying is to get rid of them.
Okay, that's all.
Any more questions for Billy? Great, thank you.
Thanks, Billy.
Andre, please. Good morning.
Morning. All right, well, nothing too crazy. We had a couple of snow days, since the last time I met with you guys. So we dealt with that. Public health, heat has been having some issues. We replaced like about a $30 switch on it, which has two functions. One, fits the switch, then we fixed it. And if the switch goes out again, then we know it's a bigger problem. And within a few days, the switch went out again. So I've passed it on to the hospital district, and they're having Will Hampton go over there to take a look at it, get a second opinion, because we're pretty convinced that it's going to need to be replaced. But that would be on the hospital. So I've been in contact with them, and so I mean that thing's was made in 1997, so it's probably at the end of its life. The jail equipment, we're on the next part of that. We finished all the cables and stuff that we had to run for them so they could get all that monitoring stuff hooked up. And then the second part of that is they wanted us to, in some of the areas there, they wanted us to pull out all the, like the metal furniture, like the tables and the chairs and all that stuff, because they have some different type of, I don't know if it's almost like soft furniture. I'm not sure. They just needed us to take it out. We got most of that done yesterday, except for one table we're having some issues with getting it out of there. but they're working on that today. Christmas lights, we completed those. It's a long process. But it's all done, so we can take them down here pretty soon. And we had some heat tape issues over the clerk's office there in the main entry. We got that taken care of. And then when we were doing the snow, we had we found some cracks on the broom, the housing. We've gotten that repaired and we welded it and then added a kind of fabricated a piece to cover it up so it doesn't crack again. Just kind of reinforce it. And then the last thing that's not on here is they did start the windows at 4-H. They got 4 of them in yesterday. They're going to try and get 5 done today. And then they'll have to come back and put all the trim on their way and do the trim at the end. So that's going, and it's going really well and good timing because the weather's decent right now. So that's pretty much it.
Thank you. Any questions for Andres? Yes.
So I know we talked about this before, but you know, we got $100,000 investment in a gate and I've never yet seen it close one time down to 4-H.
Our portion is done. We're still waiting for Lisa to get, I think her name Amy, all set up so that she can program all the cards and
Because that's what you said the last time. I mean, I don't understand if we need it that bad. It's been over a year in this process.
It's out of my
I
hands at this
understand.
point.
I
Yeah,
mean, I just want to know if you had anything to do with it not working because
no. Once, so the plan is once she gets the program all set up, that she will issue the cards out and she will let me know when they're all issued out, and then we'll close the gate and test it. And I mean, we've already tested it with, it operates, but
okay.
we'll make sure that their cards are working, and then it'll be set up. But till the program's over there and she can program the cards, there's nothing I can do.
Great. Thank you for that.
Anything else?
Yeah, I've got a couple of comments. Number one, on the Christmas lights. I've only been in here a couple of times at night, but that's an amazing job you guys have got done out here in front. I can tell you that.
They did a good job.
Yeah, it did an awful good job.
I
Yeah.
thought the visitor center looked the best out of all of it too.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
It looks like
it's
gingerbread.
it's pretty impressive. And then this is an aside for a moment. So Andre and I had a discussion about door entryways over at Rendezvous Point, and I'd been called over to look at it from one of the individuals there, and I went to open the door and I couldn't get the door open, and they had it set up to where you should be able to get the door open. So the issue is with folks who are either wheelchair or walkers being able to access it. And so I asked Andre to look into, and I'm sure he will at some point, come up with what it would require to have one of those automatic push button things that opens at least one side so you have access through there. And I know that's in the works, so I just wanted you guys to understand or be aware that's coming down the pipe at some point.
So I had Dan Liskey over there the other day looking at the stonework on the outside that needs to be repaired, to see if he could locate some matching pieces. I also had him look at those. He's going to give us a quote to put those in. And they did. When I was there, they requested that we put one on each side of the building, the patio side and the parking lot side.
Yeah.
So he's going to get me quotes.
Okay, well, I know the one on the patio side. I started to open it. I expected just to open it, but I didn't just open it. I had to kind of bear down two-handed to get it open. So
Those doors are like 10 feet tall, so
yeah,
they're heavy.
yeah, I understand, but they were hung up. They just weren't opening. And so anyway, long story short, Andre, I think, will at some point come back with a quote and see where we're at with that. Excuse me. Thank you for that.
Any other questions? Andre, thank you
I
very
have
much.
one really important question. Did Jeanette make these?
Oh, you.
Yeah, they're good.
Been there earlier, we had an extra.
Well,
Doug wound up with 3.
Well, hey, that's not my fault. Sam can't eat them and I can, so he just passed them down there. I made a great catch.
Thank you. Chad Cooper, please. Good morning.
Morning, Commissioner.
Good, thank you. Yourself?
Good.
Good. Hello, ML.
What did you just make?
Yeah, it's gonna be long, but.
Thank you. Okay, well, good morning, everybody. I'll be brief with my monthly update. So same format as normal. Our budget's basically 41% used, and the year is also 41% expended. So we're right in line with using our budget according to the time frame that we have remaining. Last month in November, we had 17 total calls, 11 in Pinedale, 1 in Big Piney, 2 in Bondurant, 3 non-emergency calls. There are no open fire investigations in the county right now. As far as fire prevention, we were pretty busy last month. We did a presentation at Rendezvous Point. And then our wildland urban interface coordinator has been doing a lot of work with getting her feet underneath her and doing some evacuation polygon mapping, working with Western States Wildland Urban Interface Grant, work with homeowners and try to identify projects in the future. And then she's been doing a lot of site visits with various high-risk subdivisions in the county to try to address mitigation recommendations. I won't go into details and all that, but she's been doing a great job for us. Our prevention program, they've installed 3 smoke detectors last month. Happy to see that continuing to be promoted in the county. Fire training, very, very busy with fire training. We've got an upcoming fire officer class, 2 firefighter 2 certificates, some instructor certificates, driver operator certificates, hazmat. And then what he's really been focusing on is creating the calendar for the upcoming Recruit Academy, and then all of our additional qualifications above and beyond the Recruit Academy. We try to create an annual calendar for all firefighters so they know what's scheduled for the upcoming year, and everybody can accommodate their own personal schedules to work around the necessary trainings. Last month we focused on radio communications training in each of the stations, and then we've been working to coordinate with State Forestry to bring in some wildland training. Recruit Academy 12 is coming on strong. I think right now we've got 21 new recruits that are signed up and ready to begin the new academy, beginning the first week in January. No training facility usage right now, but beginning in January, we'll be very busy with that. And then cooperative service meetings, just a regular part of my job is a partnership with our local, state, and federal partners. And then volunteer hours last month. Yeah, I guess last month. So it's like May was the last time it was reported. And they turned those in a month or two. So it's not unusual to have those get caught up in a couple months. With that, I'll stand for any questions on the report.
So is this it?
Yeah, that's just so the volunteer hours is anything above and beyond emergency response or training. So things like parades and smoke detector installations.
Over there.
Oh, did I miss? Maybe I didn't have that printed on mine. Mine stops in May. Okay, I apologize. I didn't see that. Next time, but
Great.
that's on the backside of mine. Yeah, you're absolutely right. There we go. Yeah, right through November. So 554 hours of volunteer hours above and beyond emergency response. Thank you.
Good job. Any questions? Great. Any additional items to add in that regard? I think by now you know what we're looking at here as far as comparing budget to last year's same time period to see how everything's in line or if it's not in line. And then as we go through, we'll have another one in the next quarter and the next quarter for comparison. We're going to have to be realistic and anticipate possibly some additional cuts. We just have to try to work together as we move into the future. And Included in the package is the comparison narrative. It was put together by Janess. When we go to the first quarter comparison, the bar graph showing fiscal year 25-26, and you have a copy of this? Yes, you do. Illustrates everything is relatively in sync with last year. Expenditures are down with the exception of an apparatus purchase, which I believe is the new fire truck, fire engine, correct?
That's correct. That's a carryover from last year's budget as well. So.
Correct, thank you. We go to the next page on it, shows the first quarter in detail. And have the commissioners had time to go through this and review what's transpiring? Okay, we'll go through and highlight some of the majors items. We have a fire warden's salary currently at 27% under 25. Training officer salary 45% under 25. Extra duty pay at 35% under 25. Health and safety officer, of course. Wildland fire payroll is down 25%. Have an increase of equipment and supplies of 46% and a 55% increase for utilities. 55% on recruitment and retention. Trainings is increased by 420%.
Why would there be a change in the fire warden salary?
Great.
9,000 less this year versus last.
Mr. Chairman, did you want me to answer that?
Please do.
In the prior year, there were more wildland fires, and correct me if I'm wrong, too. There were more wildland fires, and when they are gone to those wildland fires, they get additional pay for that, but we are compensated by other agencies, both federal and state agencies, for that money in excess of what it costs us in actuality. Additionally, Chief Cooper was an incident commander the prior year, and so there was more costs associated with that. He was not an incident commander this year on those wildland fires.
Those details are provided in the narrative here.
And may I add a little more on that?
Please.
If you go to the page about wildland fire revenue, it looks like this. It shows how much revenue actually came in as a result of those wildland fires. There was $260,000+ that came into Sublette County last year as a result of our firefighters and equipment going to those fires. If you look at that wildland payroll and wildland fire expense, it's about $95,000 or something like that. So illustratively, I at the bottom of that page showed you what the entire order's fire warden salary, deputy fire warden salary, training officer's salary, and prevention officer's salary was, in addition to those wildland expenses, and that those things all only came to under or just over $200,000. There was actually a $60,000 quote profit on those. So that profit is not true profit because it helps offset benefits and the cost of the equipment that goes out there. But the illustration shows that not only was their time on the fires paid by those outside agencies, but also their time in the office for the entirety of that quarter.
With that being said, it's, and what I heard is when Chief Cooper or individuals from your department go to different fires like this, long and short of it is, it doesn't cost us money.
Correct.
Everyone gets paid, and the county is reimbursed later down the road at cost plus, and that includes equipment. So it's not money out of our pocket, it's actually brings in additional to pay some of our other costs. And as long as we're not short-staffed, then everything's good. And when Jeanette's talking about the $260,000, that is for fiscal year 25. Do you have any sense of what could occur? Will we have anything showing up yet this year? Fiscal year 26 for recent activities, I guess, would be the best way to put it.
Mr. Chairman, I'll defer to ML because she has all that.
I'm currently working on a billing that we assisted the Forest Service for a prescribed business on.
It's not on.
Yeah, it's,
For a prescribed word, it's gonna be less than $5,000. But I also have, spreadsheets from this summer as far as income goes. And this is broken down per fire. Just
Thank you.
for each of you, if you'd like to pass them around.
Of course.
So this year we went on 3 fires, Pocket Creek, which was on private land in Boulder. We went to California for 2 weeks and then the Dollar Lake fire. And my spreadsheet shows, everything from the start of the fire to the end of the fire, the date the money went to Emily's office, the date I billed the State Forest Service. And then it's broken down as to the money that comes in firefighter wage, firefighter expenses, county income for the trucks. We did have to pay out an ESFA floor cost. And then for every one of the federal fire billings, there's also an admin expense fee that I charge the fire for the paperwork that I do putting the billing together and submitting it. And that comes back to the county as well.
I think you could do a better job here, ML, and making it smaller.
Yeah, I was gonna ask the same question because if,
Saving the paper.
how do you, yeah, no, you're
Ink,
not.
too.
There's still 2/3 of the sheet here, so it could be bigger than I could even read it.
Good job, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
did you say the middle fire was in California? They went to California?
It was.
The other 2 fires were both in Sublette County. And that's just a follow-up, Commissioner Bradley, that's a common occurrence is we will send our engines or firefighters out to help our surrounding counties and our surrounding states. And we don't really get to pick and choose which state we go to. This year it just happened to be California that asked for help.
So we go to the last page of the expense detail. It shows that fiscal year total expenditures were $352,000 as compared to fiscal year 26, excuse me. And that shows 623, but $623,000. But in reality of that dollar amount, we have an apparatus that came in at just shy of $295,000. So excluding the carryover on the apparatus, 26 versus 25, you're down $24,000 approximately. And when you take a look at where you're at for a year, you're right on track. So good job.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions pertaining to this? Quick and painless. Thank you. Good job, ML.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Jessica's not jumping up and down yet, so we'll wait.
There you go.
We'll take a 10-minute break. Okay, we'll come back in the session. Okay, we'll come back into session now. Thank you. Up next on the agenda is Jay and Brianne Brower on the fairgrounds. Good morning to you. We're doing this with all departments. It's just not singling you out.
Right.
And it's hopefully to help everyone get on the same page and identify where you're at as far as expenditures.
Yeah.
And be able to focus on where can we make additional cuts. We're anticipating a shortfall come again this budget season.
Right.
Great. And so on the bar graph at the beginning, everything is pretty much the same as last year with the exception of reduction of equipment. And we have an uptick in building maintenance. The next page is the detail pertaining to your different expense accounts. And I'll just go through and highlight. Janitorial supplies, you're down 80%. And now what occurs is everything, there's a catch up and a fall off on expenses. And
Yeah.
so we're just looking at a certain snapshot.
Yep. And that's what most of these lie in, that
Correct.
we're down on our percentages, is because just different carryover from previous month janitorial supplies when we buy our
Absolutely.
big purchases and stuff.
Sure, the holding of inventory and
Yeah, how many people show up to an event? One thing with janitorial that we're gonna see an increase of is we just had the equine herpes that I had shut the barn down, sterilize the whole barn. So I went over my bleach purchase by quite a bit, just to sterilize the barn and get it so we could get it back open, and my Symbiont, but that'll be on the next quarter. We'll see that. So I think as we get closer to the half, these will probably start balancing out a little bit better, just because
correct.
weather, people, surprises, furnaces,
Exactly. No.
life.
Okay. And then you're down on equipment by 27%. Equipment and building. So we have equipment and building. What's the difference on that?
So the equipment, I try to keep that to my mobile equipment, and then equipment in building is gonna be like my HVAC units, my heaters, plumbing fixtures, all that sort of stuff.
Great, thank you for that.
Permanent stuff, equipment in the building.
Like the aggressor, it's like a literal just piece of equipment in the building that cleans the floors in the event center.
Projects, nothing going on currently. Is anything projected in the near future?
No,
We don't have any.
we only have the $5,000, so I'm kind of just sitting on that for if something shows up that we need to do.
Okay, thank you. Landscaping, wintertime, not much is going to happen. So 25, fiscal year 25, total expenditure for that time period was $171,000, and for 26, it's 150,000, or a delta of a decrease of $20,000 for fiscal year 26. And budget of 640,000. So you're right on track for that. Great. Any questions from the board to?
Yeah, I've got one, Jay. So when you went in there to sanitize, or whatever the term is, what'd you have to do to get that thing done?
So where all the people were that could possibly expose themselves to because we had a direct exposure in our barn. So the state called me. So I had to go in where all the people sat, and like those panels in between the arena and where the people sit and stuff like that. And I had to pressure wash all the dirt and dust off the panels. And then I had to go back in there with Clorox and Clorox everything off with the pressure washer again. And then, and we did the whole barn. We cleaned everything because I was shut down. So we cleaned everything with the pressure washer and the bleach. And then we went back in 4 days later, and there's a product called Symbiont that's a little bit stouter than bleach. It's for equestrian centers and ag-related viruses. And then we coated all the panels in the tie-up areas, the fences where animals could be exposed to that, and then the actual ground, because they're finding that this virus is mutating and growing in organic material. So we had to remove as much of that as possible and then sterilize the spots that we couldn't, so that's what it all involved. It was a couple-day process.
Wow. So what about the outside facilities? Did you have to do anything with them?
Yeah, the stalls, we have to sterilize those too, so. Yeah, clean them, strip them, and out there we just put Symbiont out there. We don't have to do the Clorox. So, but
Wow.
luckily that barrel race that I had, I only had 22 horses staying in the box stalls, so it was minimum out there compared to one of the other
Yeah.
races. But we ended up having a horse out of Waco, Texas at our barn that was exposed, so we kind of had to take it kind of serious. So. And that's
Well,
where the
what-
virus started, was Waco. That was where the major outbreak started.
Yeah. Well, it was quite an endeavor to get that accomplished, I can tell you. Just listening to it, not actually
Yeah.
being a
Yeah.
participant.
Phone call with the vet every day.
Yeah. Yeah. But you're open for
Yeah,
business now. is
yeah,
that
we opened a
correct?
week ago. So
Are there any, so if somebody comes from wherever outside of, say, Sublette County, do they have to come in with a requirement of some sort, or there's
just their state papers.
just state papers?
So health and Coggins.
Yeah, that's it though.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for that.
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
So I had the opportunity to spend a day down there at the fairgrounds. It was a very important day for two individuals, and I'd like to publicly say thank you, Jay and Brianne, and your guys' crew for making that, memorable and magical. And I'd highly suggest that anybody that has any kind of event or something planned, talk to these two individuals. They can work magic with that barn and make that place very nice. So thank you.
Well, thank you.
Good job. Thank you, Commissioner Wood.
Thank you.
You didn't expand on the event much. What was it?
So I had the opportunity to witness my son getting married.
Ah, that's what it was.
Reception down there in the big barn. So a lot of people, it was a good time. Very good time.
Were they well behaved?
It was. Yeah. Got to bed early.
Yeah.
Dogs didn't have to come break it up.
Yeah, that's important.
Events, we actually do have 4-day hunting expo, outdoor expo coming in June. It's gonna be new, so.
Wonderful. I look forward to seeing your material on that.
Yeah, I'd like to make one more comment, even though I don't get down there much. Jay and Brianne have made that thing be a working event for the south end of the county. The different facilities that they go around and look at, and they can combine some of those events that they haven't seen and bring it to here, speaks volumes of the dedication to that thing. So thank you both for that.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Any from you, Jay?
No.
Great. Thank you for coming over and sharing your time. Up next, Camp Grow.
I was ready.
I thought I came in quiet, but right here. Okay.
Yeah, let's go sit upstairs though.
Okay.
Really.
Hmm? Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
For you all.
Good.
Good. So thank you for letting me come speak about Camp Grow and our need for road maintenance today. I'm Cheyenne Stirk and I serve as the executive director for Camp Grow, which is Green River Outreach for Wilderness, a 501c3 nonprofit that is located at 368 Scab Creek Road. Our organization provides outdoor education, character development, and wilderness experiences for youth and families in Sublette County, throughout Wyoming and across the U.S. Today, I'm formally requesting that the county's support for winter snow removal on Scab Creek Road. It's a 3-mile access road that leads to Mountain Springs Ranch, where our facilities and winter educational programs operate. This proposal supports both local youth and the county's own priorities for safe access, education, youth development, and outdoor recreation. According to the application that I submitted for the snow removal request, the road name is Scab Creek, BLM Road 5423, which is 3 miles long. The width is 24 feet with a 60-foot right-of-way. The ownership is BLM with a right-of-way with public access. This use provides access to the Scab Creek Trailhead, a major public recreation site, and there is no current winter maintenance. Scab Creek Road is the sole access route for us to get to Camp Grow's youth program facilities for winter conservation education. Reliable access is essential for the safety of the students, the staff, the educational equipment, and supplies needed for structured learning on the days that we go out to Mountain Springs. The road is not a private drive, it is a public BLM corridor and therefore provides access to more than just our organization alone. During the winter, Camp Grow hosts day program services for about 20 students in Sublette County. We do winter ecology, snow science, wildlife and habitat studies, outdoor safety and resilience training, and hands-on conservation education, which focuses on stewardship, species protection, and understanding the winter ecosystem in our area. These activities enrich students' understanding of the natural world while offering safe, structured learning during the winter months, something especially valuable in a rural community with limited winter youth programming. Without the snow removal, we will not be able to bring the students safely or the staff to the ranch, which severely reduces our educational opportunities for our programming. This program also provides meaningful relief for working parents who are struggling with the child care and supervision needs created with the 4-day school week. The structured environment for students on Fridays, we're able to ease the burden for those families with those working schedules and work with children's academic needs. Additionally, regular safe winter access helps ensure emergency access, delivery of the materials, and responsible stewardship of a property operated through both BLM and the U.S. Forest Service permits. Included in the documents are multiple email communications with the BLM Pinedale office that shows that BLM does not perform winter maintenance on their road, which is from the email from Tracy Hoover, page 5, where we made a snow removal request. And the BLM is willing to support the county involvement through Joseph Cantrell, page 4, the snow removal request email as well. The BLM staff stated that they have a good relationship with the county, that they can provide a reference if it is needed, and they're open to discussing an interagency or memorandum of understanding in support of the request. This means our request is cooperative with federal partners, not in conflict with them. This request would support youth education and development, enable structured winter programming for 20+ local youth, and it would keep everybody safe. The county's perform plowing ensures safe for buses, staff, and the emergency vehicles that may need to come out. A collaborative effort between Sublette County and Camp Grow and the Jackson Hole Land Trust and the Bureau of Land Management would all work together on this partnership. There would be zero upgrade costs because the road needs no improvements or upgrades. The cost to bring the road would be zero because Class 1 standards. We are not requesting construction, just removal and only on impassable closures. Your guys' involvement would matter to us because it would improve the safety. It would strengthen our partnership between the federal and county agencies. It supports nonprofit education without requiring infrastructure upgrades. And it ensures Camp Grow can deliver Friday youth programming, conservation lessons, and winter ecology, fieldwork that cannot occur without the road access. Further, private plowing isn't feasible. Private contractors like teletractors have charged large sums in the past, which is unsustainable for our nonprofit. Historically, heavy equipment has only been required for a maximum of 6 days per winter, specifically during periods when light-duty one-ton trucks with plows weren't unable to clear the road. Based on the history, we are conservatively estimating possibility of 10 plowing events, which is looking less this year. And it was about 1,200 events, so seasonally that would be $12,000. It's important to note that the past contracted plowing has continued well beyond our access point before, all the way up to Scab Creek feed ground. Because this estimate is based on that longer route, the projected 1,200 per event is likely higher than what would be required to maintain the shorter distance. Therefore, we are respectfully requesting that the Sublette County Commissioners approve the snow removal on Scab Creek, BLM Road 5423 for the 25-26 season and possibly beyond. And simultaneously initiate discussions with BLM to support the maintenance. Camp Grow stands fully ready to assist in coordination, communication, and documentation. So on behalf of the children and families we serve, I thank you. We do have some more support that wants to talk, but this would provide safe access, expand conservation teaching, and expand our Friday youth learning opportunities. I welcome any questions you might have.
Okay. Did you have additional things to add?
I did.
Please.
Let Mr. Gold speak first for his
Sure.
involvement. And Carrie Gold came, this land trust has been pretty well involved in it too, to let her tell her ideas about what's going on, but Jeff will be very brief.
Yeah, you guys have seen me in here many times over the years doing different asks for different nonprofit organizations. I've been on the Camp Grow board for 5 years. Excellent program that really benefits our youth here. To be able to expand our winter program, especially now, taking care of children during Friday school closure would be a great benefit to the county. And I just ask your consideration.
Carrie?
You may, sure.
Testing. Okay. Thanks. My name is Carrie Schultz. Carrie Gold. Either is fine. Members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity to speak about the valuable role Camp Grow plays in our community. Several times a year, I spend time at Camp Grow with campers and staff with the Green River Valley program of the Jackson Hole Land Trust, and as a volunteer with the Upper Green River chapter of Trout Unlimited. I have the privilege of teaching campers about native plants, wildlife habitats, the importance of open space, and how to fish, simple lessons that often spark a lifelong connection to the outdoors. To me personally, it cannot be overstated how important it is for younger generations to spend time outdoors in a camp setting. I am someone who benefited greatly from years of summer camps. From age 11 to 17, I spent anywhere from a week to a month of my summers as a camper and then became a camp counselor for several years. My time at camps like Camp Grow taught me respect and socialization, gave me opportunities to meet new people my age, taught me independence, personal identity, and responsibility, and especially instilled a deep and everlasting appreciation and connection with nature and the outdoors. Camp experiences helped shape my values and ultimately guided me towards a degree in natural resources and a career in conservation. It's important for local youth to have opportunities with Camp Grow and experience all it has to offer. It's located in a truly special spot along the foothills of the Winds. The camp setting provides the solitude and immersion in nature and that fosters curiosity, stewardship, and care for the land. The camp's owners are dedicated deeply to conservation and are conservationists that have committed to permanently protecting their land so generations of campers will be able to experience the same wild open landscape. Being able to go to Camp Grow and tell campers that the land their camp sits on will always be there reinforces that the experiences they have are real and lasting and not just a childhood memory. Camp Grow helps give kids experiences that foster lifelong cherishment of the outdoors. When young people have opportunities to develop a connection to the outdoors early in life, they grow into adults who care about their community and the natural places that sustain it and make it special, benefiting future generations to come. If there is an opportunity to extend camper access throughout the year, I strongly encourage you to consider it. Thank you for your time and consideration.
No, I'm supposed to top that. Thanks, Carrie. My name is DeWitt Morris, and I'm the owner of Mountain Springs Ranch and board president of Camp Grow. Some history and mission vision. I came to Wyoming in 1973 and roughneck for true drill on the bags. In 1976, I joined the seismic crew and settled into Big Piney. Bob Budd put us in his book, Wide Spot in the Road. Said, oh, the French and the hippies are coming over the mountains, then they're blowing up the Wyoming range. Guilty as charged. And met my wife Kay in 77. Our first date was at the Corral Bar. And spent a life, making maps for clients all around the world. And by about 2003, I run my course with most of the major seismic contractors, did not fit the company corporate mold. And are a lot, but we decided to start our own seismograph company. Timing was good. And we started Green River Energy Resources. We were actually living in Kalispell at the time. But betting on what we know and lifting it up for the Lord to bless it, and it was blessed. In 2007, we bought the Daniel shop, state shop out here to work on our equipment. And had pretty much been around the world and drug my wife and raised 3 beautiful children, doing seismograph work. But always loved and came back to Pinedale over and over again. When we bought the ranch, it was 2009, I'd run into a old friend of mine up in Jackson, Tony Ligori. He used to own the executive inn up there, and his son, I hadn't seen him since he was 4 years old, had graduated from University of Montana in forestry, but recreational view. And he asked me what we were going to do with it. I said, I'm going to jump investment of some kind. And he said, would you consider a youth camp? That's where it took off. So that was 2009, 2010. And today, if we look at kids, the challenges that they face, and what Congress is trying to do right now, deciding what social media is available to them, where we limit cell phones, where we limit social media. Back in 2010, there was no chat bots, there was no IA, there was no social media. Kids would show up from Jackson or Park City or Big Piney, and if they had a cell phone, it went in a basket. They said you can get it back at the end of the week. Because kids need to be, as Carrie said, connected to these wild places. That's what Camp Grow does. We're an educational 501c3, faith-based, but we really get kids out there so that they know what a bluebird looks like, flying out across the sagebrush. They know what it's like to hear an elk chirp or smell a columbine. And when they got that basis in their hearts, they're getting connected to the supernatural world as well. We live in this most spectacular creation. That place out there is for sharing. I said last time Cheyenne and I were here, you can't make a living on 900 acres of cattle or sheep. It's all that's there. So ranching kids. And I think you'll see this generation coming behind us all, we see a lot more challenges than any of us ever did. You know, I always used to say in meetings I'd have to go meet with Interior, Department of Agriculture, and Sierra Club would be here, and Western Watersheds over there, and I'd represent the oil and gas exploration side, and I'd say the best thing we can do for wilderness is teach our kids to love it. That's what we do. So appreciate y'all giving this hard consideration. I know times are tight, budgets are tight. We're not asking a lot. The road is maintained by Nicole Pollard. She plows it. She's going to quit this year, probably plowing it anyway. She's the elk feeder up there. Didn't like breaking down her snow machine, but she's got a track vehicle now. So, and as I look at the budget, you know, Kay and I have been fortunate to have money to get Camp Growth through each year, going back to its inception. When we first started it, we gave Jimmy $250,000 and said, "Here, see how this gets you going." It was a loan, which since that time I've well learned the meaning of nonprofit. But there'll come a day when Kay and I'll be gone. We're trying to get, you know, this place to where kids will be out there 200 years from now. And so $12,000 isn't a big figure, but it's a sign that, you know, this, to me, this county knows what's going on out there. They appreciate what's going on out there. And, you know, there'll come a day when that's really important, you know, as we set up. So we greatly appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Well, I guess I'll make a comment. Wow, what a presentation. And, you know, so, but we sat here at this board, at least I do, and try to make a decision. So it's based on what we have available and what in the future it may require. And I haven't been out there for a long time, but jump in any time if I get off on a tangent going someplace. But it is, as I can remember, the road that we're speaking about takes off and runs almost due north. Is that pretty much?
North-south, once you come off the county maintenance.
Yeah.
County maintenance comes off at 353 and goes into Ridge Ranch.
Yeah.
And then there's a spur that cuts left, goes north.
Yeah. Yeah, which used to be the old Marac Ranch, I believe. Is that correct?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm thinking in my mind, and here again, maybe you've created or addressed these hurdles, but number one, if you're going to go in there and plow that thing and do it properly, you're going to have an area for snow catchers somewhere. And if we're going through BLM, that would require them to buy off or sign off, if you would, on an area to where that could occur. Because once you go in there, at least with the equipment the county has, and you've got a burn like this on both sides, that thing just narrows down to where now.
Smaller than Washington.
It does, absolutely. I've lived here for 100, well, not quite 100 years, but I'm pushing on it. And so I know how it can happen. And so it doesn't sound like a lot at the $10,000 level or something to that effect. And if that's all it was, that wouldn't be a big deal. But if you take, we haven't seen a snow year for a while, believe me. We all know that here, that's been here for a while. So if that thing comes in like it could, not saying it will, hope it doesn't. But it can come in here, you open it today, and tonight you can't get back out. So you go back in, you open it again. The same thing can occur consecutively. Sometimes, at least in my part of the world, it can happen in a week, over time of a week. And so you get to a point where we're not going to do anything until it clears up. So now, if you've got a bunch of kids in there and the road's all closed in, which it can happen just bang that quick, what do we do?
I think I would be crazy, I think, to take them out there in a blizzard.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying you went in.
It's a day camp.
Yeah, I understand that. We're talking like,
Yeah.
sounded to me like 3 days. You got a Friday, Saturday, and a Sunday deal?
No, it's just a Friday camp. We go in and out all on the same day.
On
So
one day.
Yeah, so if it was a bad weather day, we would be losing.
Okay, fair enough. That explains that. So you get set up for a day, and I'm just trying to look at the possibilities that can happen because I've seen a lot of them. So you get ready for, you got a group of kids in there, this thing has been blowed in. Now the county, if they were to take it, would have to go in and spend whatever it is to get it opened up for that set of kids. And tomorrow, when you get ready to come out, or tonight, whichever it is, that thing is blown back in, the county's left, now they're gonna have to go back and do it again. Now, I'm not saying it's not a possibility. What I'm saying is, from my perspective, and living here a long time, and know what the weather can do in Sublette County, you need to look at every avenue. And then we've got the issue with the feed ground up there. What's the Game and Fish say? Is there an issue with them?
John was gonna speak with you guys last time you got informed with him. He told me he put in a good word. I asked him to come and speak here. He said, can't do it, conflict of interest. So, and same with Meredith from Forest Service, but Game and Fish is very much behind us in this proposal. So, but you bring up really good pragmatic point, showing your 100 years, because I live out there year round. I go to Georgia, Alabama for Christmas, but I'm usually back here. So I've seen that tunnel develop, where it's one lane for a quarter mile. And I've seen out there where, the light gets so flat and the sage is covered up, there's no reference. And then, you'll stick a tire in the ditch real quick and then you're digging out. So I've done that because I live out there. So two things. One, Tracy Hoover, who manages this permit, and then also Joe Cantrell out of Rock Springs office, who actually does the plowing. And they have an MOU with Forest Service around Flaming Gorge down there. So that's why he mentioned the possibility of support, maybe it's in his email in here, possible funding to help with this. We didn't stress that point, okay? Because I don't want to belabor it. I want to give you guys the information that you need to make a decision. But Tracy Hoover supports it. Teletractors has been plowing those windrows for 3 or 4 years now, because we didn't want to get into that tunnel situation where you just got one lane for a quarter mile or more. So those windrows really help a lot. If that's the primary concern, cap it at 12,000 and I'll pay whatever you go over.
No, I don't, that's not my intent. I just want to be sure that if we make a decision, it's based on all the information that we can get. And we obviously don't know what the good Lord's going to do tomorrow, let alone, the best way to determine the Wyoming weather is to get up in the morning and look at it. And by night, it'll probably change anyway. So that's my concern, because I know there's part of that country can get snowed up significantly. So
Numbers like Shine's presentation said, we think that's conservative. And I know because I helped Nicole pay for teletractors to come out there several times. And I paid half the cost. She doesn't want to talk about that or what the cost was. And she said that's between her and teletractors what it costs. But I know what it is, and that's what these costs are based on. And that's for that grader with Jeff Biffle in it going all the way to the top of Scat Creek up in the feed ground. So the worst she had was 3 winters ago, and she had plowed 6 times. So we've gone beyond that with this estimate. And like I say, if we can get that much help, even wish we did have more bad winters. I really do. I've worked up there in the Wyoming range, come over Wyoming Peak in the 3rd week in January, seismograph crew. We went back to get the flagging the next spring. It was 20 feet up in the trees. Anyway, I digress. But Tracy Hoover has watched what's going on here, and she's very much behind it. We don't need any other permits. If this county were to help out, then they do it under our permit, which I pay annually is about $500. Did I answer that?
yeah, you did. You've done a pretty good job of convincing, but I like that term of the devil's always in the details. And this is an instance, I don't think we really know what the details are, because the good Lord's going to determine that. And so if it was just a matter of saying, we'll send the county or have Mr. Pape send a blade out there and we use up $10,000, you guys are on your own. That doesn't sound like a very good deal to either of us, because one of those motor graders, I'm not sure what it takes. You go up there and back in 6, 7, 8 hours. It's couple hundred, $300 an hour, it doesn't take long
No,
to eat that up.
clarify that because, the county is already plowing that little spur that goes out. to-
Yeah,
So-
understand that.
Yeah, there's no, it's a matter of turning left rather than going straight, going up to Mountain Springs Vet, turn around and come back down. You're right. There's gonna be some times when you gotta do the windrows, but been out there plowing it, since we bought Transfer Burn.
Okay, I'll interject at this point. We're just continuing to blog the same pony. Questions?
I got a comment, and I'm 100% for your program, no, I've read more about it, But, like talked this morning, we're under kind of a microscope here, okay? More than ever. And the public will probably, when they hear about it, consider we've took another road over. Now, that's what they're gonna think, whether it's just in the winter or summer, whatever, okay?
Right.
And I feel like we'll get bombarded by all the Forest Service roads and other BLM roads in the county. Now, if I was assured that we wouldn't, I would feel a lot more comfortable because my phone rings a lot anyway.
Yeah.
And I just feel like, I know there's some roads in Big Piney that people have asked about. And they're Forest Service roads. But, that's my concern, and it may not sound like much, but when you get half a dozen calls, they're all negative, it is.
No, I know that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
We watch what's going on in the Upper Green a little bit too, so.
So anyway,
That's
that's all I got to say for the moment.
Commissioner Bradley?
Is it every Friday in
Friday that there's like a school week, so just
So-
not a break.
January and February, you 8, 9 times?
Mhm.
What happens when we open it up and then the public decides they want to start going up there different days of the week? And
They do.
They do.
There's people that come out, Knowles, kids from Knowles will be out there hiking and running and, what's his name, Stroud comes up and runs his dogs. They'll go up to where the gates closed on, the winter range, turn around and come back.
So it will get used as recreation.
well, I just wonder if they'll go in on days that it's blowed in. I mean, if the county opens it up on a Thursday and blows back in Sunday and wind up with people stuck in there that shouldn't be there to begin with.
It has stayed open.
You plow it through the
Yeah.
winters when you're there
I've got an F-350, yeah.
and you can get by most
Snow
winters.
dog on it, yeah.
And so why are you wanting to get away from keeping it open?
Well, mostly Nicole has done the
Yeah.
plowing, okay? And so, there's times when I'm plowing, just opening up the loop around Mountain Springs there. I'll go down and hit it down to the Vern Rack sign or, just depending on what's going on that time. And then, a few times while I'm out there, I've helped her financially. That's how I know what the numbers are. So, but the road has stayed open since the first 2 winters I snow machined out there. Parked my truck at Susie Hiddle's and, snow machined in from there. Didn't go to town near as much as I did before, but Nicole got tired of her machine breaking down, having to get rescued, and she said, I'm gonna plow it, which was great benefit for us. And now I know, because we've been involved in the feed ground program for 5 years, she's likely not to plow anymore. So it would be relief to her too, but I hear what Dave is saying loud and clear, so. Does that answer your question?
Yes, I've got one more question. So what was she plowing with and what do you plow with?
They have a standard cab, I think it's a 1-ton Ford. And I'm plowing with a Dodge Ram 3500 snow dog plow. And that does good until the wind blows in that tunnel.
Yeah, well, that's the part that I can see happening. And if, like this morning got up and they're predicting big time winds today, I don't know whether it happens or not, but that's a prediction. And if we get into that era where it's windy today and tomorrow and the next day, even though you say it could stay open, it may not stay open. And then you're going to call the county and say, hey, we need the road open.
No.
So those are the things that are, that I'm kind of concerned about. not necessarily, I think the program's great, don't get me wrong there. But we've got a lot of great programs and I just feel a little bit uncomfortable from my perspective for a minute of saying, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and plow it because we don't know what it's gonna take. We may have to have a motor grader park up there at the highway
Why would that?
forever.
In the last 14 years then?
There's always
At
that-
this point in time, Commissioner Vickery sharing his opinion, and it's not a debate.
Oh, I'm sorry, forgive me,
Yes, thank you.
I'm not familiar.
No, that's why I told you. He's sharing what he thinks. I appreciate that.
Can I respond? That was a comment?
No, not at this time. Thank you. Commissioner White, anything?
No, so I know we have some MOUs with federal partners to keep roads open for public access and public use. You know, I don't know that the county has ever used taxpayer money and partnered up directly with a 501c3. Correct me if I'm wrong, or if you guys know of any different, but I think for me to get behind it, we would have to have some sort of MOU between the BLM. I mean, they own the road. And then it would have to be for 100% public access to get behind it. That's kind of where my thoughts are. So correct me if I'm wrong or if I'm not thinking of something.
Tracy says that by virtue of our permit, you can plow.
So I can plow for a 501c3, but that still doesn't give me a management or an agreement with the BLM, which is the true owner of the road. You know, so if I'm partnering up with you, like Commissioner Vickery says, there's a lot of great organizations, a lot of great nonprofit.
Oh, I
does
see what you're
a
saying.
lot of things, you know, that are gonna be coming to our meeting now and saying, hey, you do it for this nonprofit, you need to do it for us. I can get behind, you know, partnering up with the BLM and saying, yeah, we're gonna keep that road clear and that's gonna be public access for everybody and anybody. But it's not the county directly partnering up with a nonprofit organization.
I see that.
Please.
They have said Joe Cantrell is the one who does the plowing. He determines, you know, who they partner with. He has said, aside from what we communicate mostly with Tracy, but I know Joe, because he's done a lot of things, helping camp out there. He said that they would enter into an MOU with Sublette County if that were the case. So that's all I can say to that need to have that direct relationship where the county was not plowing for Mountain Springs Rancher Campground.
Oh, fair enough, and I'd love to continue those conversations, getting them in.
Maybe that's what we should do.
I agree.
I would add one more thing. If it goes that route, I'd like to hear weigh in from the Game and Fish, because I don't know the distance from there up to the feed ground, but becomes a public road, then you got a lot more people in skiing or whatever they might go in there to do.
They can't drive past Mountain Springs.
No, but they could get easier access to ski up past the elk feed ground and do different activities that direction, which I'd want to hear weigh in from the Game and Fish that they
You bet.
supported that.
You bet.
Other comments, questions, anything from attendees or individuals online? Any questions, statements on this?
One little thing.
Please.
Basically, the feed ground is off limits to any type of people other than the feeder and the game.
It's absolutely, no human presence.
The gate, there's a gate.
Yeah, I know the gate. I've sat there a lot.
I thought
Wait
so.
for
yeah.
opening. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, so I'll make one more comment. So I think there's one component here we haven't taken into consideration. And whether I'm gonna throw him, what's the proverbial saying, we're gonna throw him under the bus. I think that the situation needs to be vetted, if you would, by our road and bridge supervisor, because he's the one that's gonna take this flack or what have you.
Sure.
If he gets off the road here, he gets off the road there. And in my mind, I think if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna want an area where I can move that darn snow back. So maybe I only have to do it once this month because I'm gonna have a room enough for that snow whenever it does blow to not get on that road. So that's gonna require more than, did I see, was it 40-foot, 60-foot easement through there? I've forgotten now what it was. 60-foot? Is it 60-foot? So I'm almost thinking, just knowing how the snow plows operate and how big they are and what they're gonna need to do, I'm thinking it's gonna need that much, at least on the leeward side, which would be mostly west. That, I'm assuming that's where most of your wind comes out of, like the north and the west. So in my mind, that needs to be in black and white with the BLM saying you can do this, or however that has to work before, at least from me, before we do that, because I don't want to see you guys get in a bind, and I don't want to see the county stuck with something that has to occur every week if it can be, if it cannot happen. I'll put it like that. So those are a couple of the hurdles that I think need to be addressed, is how much area are we going to need? I say we, or road and bridge guy, to make sure that road, once they've went in there and they've cleaned it up, that it can stay for a blow or two. And that may be 100 feet, it may be 50 feet. I don't have any idea. I know that the first time you move it, you better move it as far as you can, because the next time you might not be able to. That I do know. So those are the things, and what Mr. White said, I'd feel a whole lot more comfortable if this MOU is between the BLM and the county to do that. That's my take on it.
Great, thank you. Okay, I'll close it to public opinion comments. Any closing thoughts you'd like to share with us? Thank you. No, we were getting into a debate on the different issues, so I wanted to keep it on track. I wasn't trying to offend you at all.
Just not familiar, so.
No, it's all good. Okay, discussion among the board.
Well, I make one comment. If we do, have this meeting again, I think we should probably somehow advertise public comment
Correct.
before instead of after. So it's just me talking.
No, and that's how it should be. Each individual has their own thoughts. Anything to add, Commissioner Bradley? Commissioner Vickery?
Nope.
Commissioner White? Okay. I'm a great proponent for use. My wife's been an educator for 37 years. And our youth is our future. I firmly believe in that. I have to separate the emotional from what we have as far as guidelines and how things work within any entity or any community. I believe Commissioner White was astute in his statement of, if we do it from you, we've opened Pandora's box as far as other people coming forward and requesting the same. And that was again illustrated by Commissioner Stevens. There's just, my concern is if we do it for one, then we've set the precedent that we're going to have to do it for others. I believe that, and I spoke at length with Nicole Pollard about it. She says she's been doing it for 13 years and 14 years, and she's gone through and been able to plow to keep that road open when needed. And perhaps you can come in with some working arrangement with her to continue that pattern. I don't know.
Excuse me.
Pardon me?
I want to quote you when I talk to her.
Well, sure.
No, I'm saying that positively, yeah.
Uh-huh. I recognize the statement of, well, if you'll pay up to 12,000, I'll pay over. Just pay the whole thing. It's because once we cross that threshold, we've opened it to everyone else. And like everyone else has said. But I commend you for what you're doing with the youth. I think that's wonderful, Jeff. Thank you for doing that. It's important. And I know that our youth needs the guidance for growing up. I get it. At the same time, we have to direct what a community is geared towards, and that's kind of what I'm looking at. Okay, so at this point in time, Cheryl will recognize a motion if there is one. Okay. I'll open it one last time to further discussion. If there is no motion, the request is denied by lack of motion by the board. No, thank you for your time.
No, we appreciate y'all listening. It was good to meet y'all.
Thank you.
I know a couple of them.
Thanks, Jeff.
Pretty well. Pretty well.
Pretty well. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Up next is Stephen Kipp with Sheriff Lear, I believe, or just Stephen Kipp.
Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to join, but I'm just here on behalf of my employee.
Okay, thank you. Great support. Always. You're always welcome with us. How are you?
All right, I'm good.
Good.
Thank you for inviting me in. As you guys know, I'm the new emergency manager for the county. The sheriff hired me. My first day was December 1st. I've come to emergency management from public health. Spent 13 years here with this county and 2 years previous to that with the other county doing much the same emergency management type work. I've come in several times kind of representing that program as well. So if you guys remember that, excited to kind of start. Already been involved with a couple of things, the parade last week, and then food distribution as well. I guess the parade was 2 weeks ago, and food distribution was last week. So very excited, kind of hit the ground running. Spent a lot of time with Jim Mitchell previously, kind of helping him out. So I'm excited to be here, and if you have any questions, I'd love to take them.
Well, I'm surprised Sheriff Lear is still talking to you, because you were going to be a deputy there, and he jumped ship on you before he started. It was.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, so Steve's very humble, and I know in his heart, you know, with the grandfather in law enforcement, that he wanted to go that path. And but he knew that his place would be better serve the community and the county as an emergency manager. So I believe that was his own decision. But I admire him for that decision.
Sure. So I've been able to observe him throughout the past year of meetings, and he's an excellent character.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Any questions?
No, I have no questions, but I've got a comment. And I'm not certain how to start it, but I guess just bullhead through it, like a lot of times I do that. So communication, as we all know, is very important to every aspect that we live through. And I was really disappointed, quite frankly, to read about Mr. Mitchell's employment on the other side of the state before I even knew about it here. I didn't know he was going. Nobody had the, I don't know what the word, I know the word I want to use, but I'm not going to. I think it was, quite frankly, this commission, since I've been on, has supported everything that we've been asked of with emergency management. I would have thought the one thing that we should have done, or should have been allowed to have happen, was to Mr. Mitchell come in, or somebody in the sheriff's department come in and say, hey guys, Mr. Mitchell's getting ready to leave. I would have said, good luck, Jim. We didn't have that opportunity. Why not? That's, as far as I was concerned, I was really ticked off. I've sort of accepted it now. But I just think it was not an appropriate gesture to this commission to not allow us to be told of a department head that's been here for years that he was going to be gone. It seemed to me like it was a thumb of the commission attitude, and we're going to do what we're going to do, which I know that happens anyway. But in this case, it was a slap in the face, at least for me as a commissioner. I'm not speaking for the rest of these guys, but I'm telling you, I've had this opportunity to visit with Jim over time and go down and he was a great individual in that position. And obviously he had some other things, factors, if you would, that took him to Campbell County, and good for him. But imagine my reactions when I saw the page of welcoming Jim 2 weeks after he'd been there. It came out and I read about it. I said, wow, I didn't even know he was leaving. So I'm just vetting my frustrations with that. I think maybe it was an oversight. I don't know what it was, but I didn't take it very, very well. So I had to vet myself, if you would. I'm letting you know it right now. Now I'm through with that. Welcome aboard.
Thank you, sir.
Excellent. Glad you took the position. Wonderful. Look forward to hearing from you. Yeah. Anything from the board? Thank you for coming in. And seeing you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clayton Malinkovich, please.
Cheers. Hey, there's that manila envelope with on my desk with those. This is Peterson apple. It's the letter size envelope. Folder. Can you bring this over to the commissioner? Awesome. Yes, please. Thank you. See you. Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning to you.
How you doing?
Good, thanks. Yourself?
I'm good, thank you. So a couple of things to cover. So we have one of which is we're working through fire contract updates. These are a little bit late. They expired, and I thought they were I thought they were already in a multi-year agreement, but they were not. These ones actually would go into a 2-year agreement. And so we're working on getting those cycled through. The one that we have with signature back from the participating municipality is with Marvelton. And we should have those agreements for the other municipalities in the next, probably by the next meeting, is my understanding. Is this one already in your packet?
That's the original design that we actually, it's too tiny, I think, I'm clicking it, probably, but it's not.
This says Marvelton.
Okay.
So there's that, which is the standard agreement with fire to just provide fire services within the town of Marvelton. There's that one's the first one. Any questions on that?
Well, I'm just curious on the termination clause in it. So the town can terminate at any time and for any reason, but the county has to have cause. Explain the differences for me.
Well, I didn't realize that was our termination on this.
It's number 5 on my book or on my page.
Yeah, no, I see it. I don't know why it is set up that way. We can certainly renegotiate it.
Well, I don't know. I'm just curious what the difference is.
Well, the difference would be, yeah, just as you described it. One is termination for any reason. The other one is termination for cause.
Well, yeah, I know that, but any reason, but for cause must mean the county would have to come up with a reason other than no reason, correct?
It would be the failure of the town to perform its duties. And so that describes what the cause is. Like I said, we can renegotiate that.
Well, it doesn't matter to me. Whatever it needs to be is fine. I'm just asking because I didn't know the difference. So there must be a difference or it would be the same. That's what I think I'm
Are
saying.
you asking why that is there?
No, why is the cause in there where it isn't for the town?
I don't know. This has been the standard contract for
Forever?
many years.
Yeah. Good
And
enough.
we, like I say, we can renegotiate that if you would like.
No, I don't care as long as we get that part's fine with me. I doubt we're ever gonna need termination clause anyway, but
Yeah.
I'm fine with it the way it is. I just asked that question.
No, yeah, I don't know the reason for why that is different, but that is, it is as you described, and as it's clear, there is a difference. I don't know why it is, but.
Okay.
Great.
Other questions on that?
No,
I'm fine with it.
everyone good with this? Motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve the contract between Summit County and the town of Marlton. Fire.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passed.
The next is the Daryl Snyder lease. This is on the Doyle property. You all renegotiated a couple years ago to increase the lease payment to $1,500 a year. If you want to keep that the same, this one would, per his request, change the term of the lease for a 5-year term. So that's completely up to you all. I can update this and reprint it. You guys want to do something less than, thank you. You want to do something less than the 5 years, or if you want to increase that rent, I can make those modifications. Get ready for signature.
So I wasn't part of the board when this transpired, of course. But to me, $1,500 is, might as well give it to him. You know, we're not charging a market lease on the property that we own. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so the way that this used to be structured is it was structured similarly to most hay operation leases, wherein you pay a percentage of what the yield is per year. And we were doing that. I can't remember all the details as to why we switched to a flat fee on this. But ultimately, yeah, if you guys want to charge more on this, you're more than welcome. The one thing I would point out is there is a benefit to the county to have that paid, because then you don't have 62 acres of standing dry fuel that's just waiting to burn. But that's,
Of course, but
yeah,
couldn't we open it up to the public for bid on it?
you sure could. Yeah, if you guys want to.
You know, it's a thought, but to me, I suspect that just about anyone would jump in at $1,500 for 65 acres of hay. Commissioner Vickery?
Well,
Okay.
this is one of those things. I think the values are, how do I want to say this? The values to somebody being on there for some time is worth something. And we've got that piece of property, some of that, it's being taken care of. You open it up for bids for somebody to come in and, hey, it's this year's one person, next year's the other person, who's going to take care of it? There's a little dab of fencing that has to be taken care of, irrigation ditches that have to be taken care of. That's all in consideration from my perspective. And, you know, we've got that. The only question I have on multiple years is if it should occur that we need that property for something, I don't know what it would be at this stage of the game, but it could be something. I don't want that lease to negate that opportunity to use the property for something down the road like the complex that's been talked about putting up there. There's some other things at some point may be usable for that. So I think there ought to be a clause in there that given a certain amount of time, or notification, if you would, that we can opt out of that and go about our business.
Is that
But-
in there, Clayton? We have to buy lease out, or can we just walk away?
We can terminate it. Just double checking the language on that termination.
I miss seeing that in this other one. Maybe it's in there and I just missed seeing it when I read it.
Something was on
So it does
Under
give,
E.
it is,
E.
it's
Pardon?
E, so it is,
Something E.
yeah, written notice, but he has to fail to pay. So we could, I can build in a provision on this.
Well, that gets us out with his fault, but what if we need out to do it to our
We
own?
can, we can add that in. We've been on a year to year, so that's kind of been if you guys were gonna build something there, you would just simply there, but we can modify it. If you all want to sell it or something like that.
Commissioner Stevens, you had something to add?
Because I think one time, you think about it, he hayed it, and we bought his part of the hay. He charged us so much, wasn't it? That's how it got real complicated. We went to then so much a year. We raised it last year. I think it was 1,000, went to 1,500. So, personally, it's brought up every time, and he cleans it up good. And we don't get any complaints, and there isn't horses in the road. I'm good for it is. That's how I feel in this situation.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I think there's more to the value than just a dollar amount in some of these things, and this is one of them. Because he does a good job. He goes in, gets it done. Yeah, he runs some horses in there occasionally too, but that's just part of the deal. I'm happy with the way it is, with the exception of to be sure that if we need it at some point, that lease doesn't.
I mean, he irrigates it, keeps it green, he goes to extra trouble. I feel like so.
Yeah, but Commissioner Bernard, you're absolutely right. It's a good deal for him too. There's no doubt about that.
I can we do.
Yeah.
He loves to bail house for that.
Huh?
I don't need it that far from my house.
It's closer than Arizona.
Right.
Commissioner White?
If I remember right, I think we went to the $1,500 for property tax to be considered agriculture. If you lease out land to consider it to stay agriculture, I think there was a price limit that said 1,500 was the minimum you had to make off of it if you were leasing that land, right?
Says 1,000 in the contract.
Yeah,
Or
so I think
maybe
it was,
1,000 and we went to 1,500, but there was something to that effect that we had to change what we did.
because we didn't know that was guaranteed utilization out of the property. Yeah, that's right. That is right. And this guaranteed us the utilization.
Yeah. Something to that effect, if I remember right. So thanks, Clayton, for setting that up. But I had one person for sure ask me how they could get in on trying to get the public property if they wanted to lease it. So I wouldn't be opposed to putting it out to public, knowing that could still choose whoever we wanted. And I know Daryl's taken good care of it and had no issues. But as you guys know, I'm not afraid to put stuff out to the public and see what other options, what other people would want to do for land. So just my thoughts.
And just so you're all aware, I've got the document pulled up here and I went and added a termination clause. I added to that termination clause that if you determine to use it for your own purposes or dispose of the property, you may terminate within 90 days notice.
Yeah, that part's reasonable.
Yeah. And so I can make any other updates on this too, if you want to change. No, that's the ag amount. So they have to tell us that they used it for that. Yeah, this is the lease amount. No, perfect. Thank you. So we can change that lease amount. We can change it on the years, whatever you would like to do. I've got it open right here and I can print to planning and zoning. So easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
What?
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Sometimes I've heard it easy peasy lemon cheesy, but that doesn't make any sense to me.
So you changed it?
Or squeezy cheesy? I don't know.
So which shape would you like to hear?
They all love it.
Yeah. But, you know, personally, maybe we should put it out to bid. That way there's no questions asked, you know? I mean, I don't know.
You got some time.
What, you can
Doesn't
go
seem
right
like-
back to that. If it ain't broke, don't fix it or don't try to fix it. It's not broke. I haven't heard a peep about complaints from anybody. If there was, then my attitude would be different, but you know, he's taking care of it. And it's just one of those things that you don't have to worry about. That's my take on it. I don't want to put it out for bid. But if that's what the folks here want, that's fine. I'll support whichever way, but you know, he's done everything he's been asked to do.
In my opinion, I have a hard time, and this is only me,
Yeah, I know.
saying, Clayton, I need you to cut $2,000 off your expenses in this category, and then we need to cut 20% because of budget cuts, and then we don't increase our revenue where we can. That's a hard one for me to swallow.
So what would you suggest a rental fee be?
How much would you rent 70 acres on your property?
I wouldn't rent it.
Then it's priceless.
Okay.
You guys can put it out to bid. You got plenty of time before somebody needs to start worrying about irrigation and water on this.
Anyone care to make a motion going one way or the other?
I'd like to make a motion that we allocate that lease back to Daryl Snyder with the stipulations that you've just put in there.
Do you want that on 5 year or what do you want that on?
Yeah, 5 years fine with me, as long as we can get out of it 60 or 90 days. And somebody can do whatever they want to do other than that.
It's currently on a 2-year.
It's currently on a year to year.
Here,
You can do whatever term you guys want. You guys are in charge.
So if the county decides that we're not going to use it for future development, we want to sell it, we can get out of that on a year's lease. But if it goes to a multi-year lease, then it's not possible. Would
No,
that be
I
correct?
just built into the termination clause. That
Yeah,
we
90,
determined
okay,
90
yeah,
days written.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
and see, to put it more into perspective, yeah, this is a little deal, but our family has got some leases that are a little bit bigger.
More
And
than
there's,
60.
yeah, and there's no way I'm gonna tie in what it requires on 1 year for me. I'm just not gonna do it. If I don't have a multi-year lease of some sort, then I'm out of the game. And we've got substantial properties leased, I'll put it like that. And it's all based on being able to go in and do your thing and take care of the property as you owned it, but you also put in a lot, you know, yes, to bring it up. Sometimes you buy or you get in one of these places, ain't a fence and no an irrigation ditch, and so it takes time to do that, bring that stuff up. And not in 1 year, I can tell you that. So multi-year to me is just fine.
So
From my perspective,
based on your knowledge,
I don't have much today,
Well,
okay?
Did he make a motion?
okay, you made a motion then.
I did.
I'm sorry, I missed it.
Uh,
Motion to retain, add a multi-year lease
Yeah,
for
5
5
years.
years for $1,500 a month.
Yeah,
Is there a second?
$1,500 a year.
Per month, yeah.
I like per month.
I'll second. Discussion.
We have a motion and a second, open for discussion.
Still think we need to put it out to public RFP.
Discussion, if based on your experience,
that's, yeah,
yes, you do. Tremendous amount with almost 100 years.
yeah.
What would be the average price per acre for irrigated land on a lease?
Now ask that again, because I didn't explain exactly what you were asking.
If you were to lease property
Mm.
that's fully irrigated,
Mhm.
what would the average cost for you to be for 1 acre on a multi-acre
Well, I
property?
can't answer that based on my experience because I've never done that. I've always it's always been property that's included some pasture ground, some irrigation ground, some et cetera and et cetera. It's been
Okay.
diverse. So I don't know that.
Okay,
I guess if you were just going to do that, you'd have to look at it, quite frankly, from the perspective of the irrigation you're going to have, the hay or whatever it is you're going to grow. Maybe you're just going to irrigate it for pasture. Therein lies another issue. So I don't know. But if you're going to do it for hay, then of course there's how much does it take to put the hay up, and how much is it going to require um, to get it out there and to get it sold. What if you don't sell it? Then you've got this stuff sitting here. So, there's a lot of ifs on this deal. And for me, it's the whole package,
I
which is
understand.
both, we've got some that's virtually all pasture. And that's a whole different deal than what it is if you've got a hay portion of it also. And for 15 or 20 acres worth of it, that's hay, I wouldn't even come into the equation because you can't afford to move if you're any place at all to go put it up for that. So that would just convert back to a pasture situation. So,
Okay,
I'm fine with this and
okay.
that way.
Is there any further discussion?
Say one thing,
Please.
you open this up, I mean, there's a lot of people that have animals that want to put them here, put them there. It could real easily turn into a rundown mess. It's a headache every time you turn around. He's proven his track record and I'm fine with it.
Yeah, that's worth a lot. That's worth a lot. And I think we all have a tendency, myself included, to get caught up in, well, I can get $25 out of it. Well, maybe $10 was the best buy because, and here's the reasons why. So anyway,
Okay, have a motion and second in regards to a 5-year. Yes, please.
Just hearing this about the potential for having it grazed as opposed to paid. You'll want to use caution and make sure your lease includes something that says that if he's grazing it, then he's selling the animals. Otherwise, you guys end up paying property taxes at a fair rate. So a product has to be sold off the use of that land in order for you to keep the agricultural rates. So that can be a cow if you open it up, or it can be hay, but it can't just be pasture horses for pleasure unless they're gonna sell those. Keep that in mind.
Thank you for sharing. Any further discussion? Motion and a second for a 5-year lease at $1,500 per year. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm opposed. 5-year, I think.
Aye. So then we go on to the next.
So do you guys want to give me any instruction on what to do next with this? Or do you want to do a different vote? You could have another motion for a 1 year.
No, that's enough on this one, I think.
So we just, right now, the current lease terminates at the end of this year. Do you want to put it out to bid per se? I guess you could make a motion to put it out to bid and then I can follow that instruction. Or what would you guys like to do with this piece of property?
So what did we just do?
You just denied extending the lease.
Yeah.
So you could make a motion for a 2-year lease if you wanted to.
Did I miss something? Because that was a 3-2 vote, wasn't it?
Yes, it didn't pass.
It was a fail 3-2. These 3 voted no, those 2 voted yes.
Didn't hear about it. Correct, commissioners, I think. I thought it passed.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, I'll make a motion. We go for 1 year, $1,500. And see if we get feedback from the people out there. I'll go that route.
Have a motion by Commissioner Stevens for a 1-year lease. It's written for $1,500 a year. Is there a second?
I'll second it. That's better than, excuse me, Sam, putting it out for bid. In my mind.
Okay, any discussion on that?
And so when I'm not looking at this as a way for the county to make money. I'm looking at this as I gotta be a good steward of public land. At the end of the day, we don't own that land. The people own that land. The people of Sublette County own that land. And I think it's a fair and equal opportunity that they should have at least the opportunity to put some sort of presentation. So when I get, you know, the part about, you know, trying to make money off of it, I could care less. One, I want it taken care of, but it's the people's land at the end of the day, and I think they should all have an equal opportunity that if they want to put something together, do just as good a job, and who knows, you know, at the end of the day, we don't have to take any one bid over the other bid, or proposal. But I just wanted to get that out in the open there.
No, I understand where you're coming from, but
So how did he get in this to begin with? He's had this for several years. Was it a bid to begin with?
No, it was, when we acquired that property, he came to us and said, hey, I'll take care of it for you type deal. And, I think he was actually part of it before we got it from Doyle, and it kind of just transpired that way. If I remember right.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? Motion by Commissioner Stevens, second by Commissioner Vickery, all in favor on a one-year lease at $1,500 per year.
aye.
Opposed? Aye. One-year lease passed.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and print this updated one with the 1 year. And then when I get that, I will put it in front of you for signature. While you're doing that, or while that's happening, I will hand these off to you. These are, and thank you, Shelley, for bringing these over. These are 4 leases for 4 offices in the visitor center. You can call and drop these off to me. So it's a renewal lease for Main Street, Pinedale, Friendly Bridger, Teton, and Hoback Law, and then a new leasee, Teton Excursions LLC. And they're all at, so we have the west half of this one office goes for Main Street, Pinedale for 100. The lease with Friends of the Bridger Teton is 650. With Teton Excursions, their office is 550, and Hoback Law is 550. You all want to, this is the same terms, conditions we've had on these leases for a while.
Discussion on leases.
You could probably do those in one foul swoop of a motion.
Motion on acceptance of the leases and execution.
We finally got that other one leased out.
Yeah,
It's all of them now.
he rented it out to it's a company that does excursions in Yellowstone. And they're operated out of here, and their goal is to start doing more visitor-centered tour, or visitor-centered, not visitor center, but like tours in Sublette County, similar to what they do in Yellowstone.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the leases presented to us by Peter Pollan for the visitor center offices.
I have a motion by Commissioner White. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion second. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, while you're signing those, I'm gonna go grab that other lease.
Oh.
And here's that Doyle property lease that you guys just approved for the 1 year. And then I can bring this up in old business, or I can bring it up now, whichever your guys' pleasure. As you all are aware, we have been working, we, the royal we being our office, sheriff's office, and county generally, working with the Sublette County Hospital District to get the Title 25 rooms at the hospital operational, wherein individuals in Sublette County who are detained pursuant to Title 25 can be detained at our hospital as opposed to having them be driven up to Jackson, to St. John's. As your 10,000-foot view refresher on Title 25, Title 25 is your involuntary hospitalizations. This is where the county, through its sheriff's office or a medical provider, has the authority to detain a person who, as a result of a mental illness, is a danger to themselves or others. We generally, my office handles these. They are a confidential proceeding, so they're not commonly talked about, nor are there statistics readily that are easily seen. So if these happen in the background that nobody really knows about. They come in, it's somewhat sporadic on how often we are detaining folks under Title 25, but generally these are individuals who are in a significant depressive situation wherein they're expressing suicidal ideation and they're hospitalized for the purposes of receiving treatment to keep them with us on this side of the fence. And so that's how Title 25 works. It can work when a person's a danger to others as well, but it's generally when a person is in a danger to themselves. So as part of your contract with the transfer agreement with the hospital district is that they were going to provide 2 rooms for the purposes of Title 25 holds. When the hospital opened last year or earlier this year, there were a few punch list items that had to be taken care of before those rooms could be utilized effectively. It is my understanding that those issues have been resolved or are in the process of being resolved and will be taken care of by, I believe, around the beginning of the year, which then allow folks to be detained here in Sublette County. Now, the piece that goes with that is that in Title 25, it requires the county to have what's called a gatekeeper. And that gatekeeper is a mental health agency for all intents and purposes that does all the evaluations and coordination of a detained person's care, or also known as a proposed patient. They coordinate all their care. So just functionally what this looks like is that oftentimes law enforcement, or oftentimes with these, law enforcement will get a call middle of the night. Somebody is expressing a desire to end their life or self-harm that's significant. They will respond in communication with those folks. They realize, okay, yes, this person is in a very mentally unstable situation, and then they will detain that person. Generally, a phone call to me is part of this process. We consult on that detention, and then it also notifies me because my office has a 72-hour turnaround period to get in front of the judge on a Title 25 action. So that's why we usually have that middle of the night phone call. And then those folks are then taken up to Jackson. This is our current procedure. They're taken up to Jackson, and then our current gatekeeper, which is the Mental Health and Recovery Services of Jackson Hole, I usually text that person first thing in the morning and I say, hey, Adam, we've got a person that's coming up, Title 25, give me a call and we can coordinate. That person will usually call me, hey, I evaluated the patient and ratified their hold, and then we go from there. So by virtue of relocating our hospital, right now we're currently using St. John's, but once we start using the Sublette County Hospital, then by virtue of just that distance, our gatekeeper contract with mental health and recovery resources of Teton County of Jackson Hole would no longer be able to serve us. In that space, High Country Behavioral Health provides gatekeeper services to a number of counties throughout Wyoming. And we through the sheriff's office, myself and the sheriff's office, have discussed this with them, and we have their proposed contract on how they would then serve Sublette County in our involuntary detention needs. And we have received their contract as of yesterday, their draft contract. I have reviewed it with Sheriff Lear. It is a county contract, although it is generally administered by the sheriff's office and my office. We usually work together on that. It is still a contract with the county that you all need to approve and sign. So it just came to us yesterday. this is a little bit of a tight timeline. And if possible, if we could get it approved today, that would be fantastic. What it does carry with it is a $730 per month fee, which totals $8,760 for that gatekeeper service. They're not actually charging us for the service that's being provided, but they're charging us for the ability to have that on-call person there. And then that on-call person there's a tablet that's provided, and then that person does the evaluations remotely from wherever that on-call person is located throughout the state of Wyoming. So it's kind of a service fee attached to it. And then they bill for their services directly to the state. And then, as you all are aware, Sublette County is responsible for the first 72 hours of the cost associated with a Title 25 hold. Those bills would come directly from the hospital, from the services provided at the hospital during that time period. Right now, we receive billing from St. John's. Functionally, the only thing that would change here is that we would start getting, or that you would see from your perspective, is billing coming from the Sublette County Hospital District, and then we would have our essentially service fee with High Country Behavioral Health of that $730 a month.
$730 a month?
Yes.
What's the fee with the company in Jackson that we're currently using?
So right now they build it it's built into their contract. And so the way that they have it set up is we're not actually paying them a fee, largely because they're providing that service essentially as a piggyback onto what they're already doing in Teton County, based on the fact that those folks are already there. But one of the things that Sheriff Leonard and I discussed, yes, we do have an additional cost with this one, but ultimately our overall fees will reduce significantly. And what also happens is it keeps our deputies in Sublette County and keeps them in service. And yes, it is $8,000 a year, but ultimately I think we're getting a better service, and it keeps it.
Well, how much a year did you say?
8760. 8,760.
There's no fee from the hospital to have these 2 rooms on standby, or?
Not on standby. We don't pay for them for standby, but in the event that there's a person in there and they're receiving services, then we would get that bill.
Yeah.
Which we already get right now from St. John's. And candidly, I don't know, those might be cheaper hospital fees.
Okay, so let me see if I clarify this. So there's going to be 2 rooms up here.
There already are, yes.
They are, and they're ready to go.
It is my understanding in communication with their counsel that there was some physical hardware issues that needed to be addressed through the locking mechanisms on the doors. And then they need to work on a few protocols on their end for the purposes of 24-hour observation of the rooms. And it is my understanding that that has been taken care of.
Okay, so how many rooms were available in Jackson?
It wasn't, so we didn't have like a certain setup of rooms. In Jackson, they were, for all intents and purposes, as I understand it, at St. John's, they just had a variety of rooms, and I don't know if they were specific for Title 25 or if they were just doubling as a patient room. I think they were just doubling as a patient room, where these are specifically designed for Title 25.
Okay, so I guess, so we're going to cut our ties up there at Jackson.
That is correct.
Okay, so what happens if they need 4 rooms up here? What do the other 2 guys do for people? I'm just throwing something out there.
In a circumstance.
Well, you've got 2 rooms, okay? We've been hearing how mental health, and I agree, mental health is an issue, but what if? Now we've severed our ties there. We've got more than 2 people up here. Where do the other folks, where are they going to be able to go? What are we going to be able to do with them?
I believe, and this is an interesting question, because I haven't thought significantly on this, but I believe that they could utilize a standard patient room for a Title 25 person. It would just require additional security and additional monitoring. But I would suggest this, that in my experience and everything I've seen of what has occurred in Sublette County to date, we have not yet had a circumstance where we've had
more than 2.
More than 2 people.
Okay.
We asked for the 2 rooms generally because it's 1 person at a time. We have had 2 And it has been, it's very, very rare to have two folks that are detained under Title 25 at the same time. But it is a very good question that you bring up. But I believe that we can just simply address that through a normal patient room thought. But at the same time, if we need an ad hoc situation there in St. John's, we've had that longstanding relationship with mental health resources of Jackson, and I would be surprised if they would not step in and help in that circumstance.
Well, I may be the third one before this deal's over with. I don't know. But what I would suggest is we make certain that we have someplace, because we don't know. And if you look forward down the road that a couple of years with the Boulder Crest thing, all of a sudden we don't know. Yeah, they vetted all those folks, but there might be 2 or 3 in a row that comes from there that's got to go someplace. Because all of a sudden that facility down there is going to have a lot more of those kind of folks that may need a mental health situation than what we normally would show up here from the county people.
And I hear what you're saying. As we have population growth in certain circumstances, we may outgrow our current situation of having to. It would be remiss of me not to just point out from conversations I've had since our last commissioners meeting that I think part of that conversation at the last meeting about significant mental health danger for folks at that potential facility in Boulder was a little bit overblown in the meeting. It is my understanding from conversations with those folks afterward that is a very, very low risk. Just as he had mentioned, they only had the one circumstance where law enforcement was, or they even had an incident where the guy went back to get his meds at the room he was in for the week before. So I don't know that creates a significant risk, but that is a total side note. But I do appreciate and hear what you're saying, and that is something that we, the royal we, myself and Sheriff Lear can look at as a backup plan. WBI and Casper has long offered to be that backup for counties throughout the state of Wyoming. We can see if that's still an option, and we can also talk to our current gatekeeper and verify that in the event that we need them and we need that third room, or if we're not able to use patient rooms here, standard patient rooms here, that we would have them as a backup.
Right.
So
Well, I think that would, this is fine going this way, but I just think we need a kind of a backup plan, if you would.
No, I hear you, and I'll work on that to make sure that we do have a backup plan. I hope that we don't need that backup plan.
Well, I would
because
hope so
if
too.
it does, that means we've had a really rough night in Sublette County.
Does this fall under what's acceptable for a CAW versus a hospital? Because ultimately, this is a CAW.
Or it will be, yeah.
Yes, correct. And so does it fall under the parameters of that, or is that?
It is my understanding that regardless of whether or not they are a general or a critical access hospital, they can continue to provide the services associated with them.
Good enough, thanks.
Any other questions on this or how Title 25s work?
No, sir.
Okay. So this is an agreement between Sublette County and High Country Behavioral Health, if anyone wanted to.
I'd make a motion to approve the contract between Sublette County and High Country Health.
For gatekeeper services.
Gatekeeper services. With the amount of 8,700 and change.
8760.
8760.
Have a motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
Have a motion second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
You're doing this in person. Good cover. He's paid it.
Okay, so that's what I've got for you all today. I will coordinate with Clerk Rice to get these taken care of, and I'll get final signatures on.
Okay, I have an individual that would like to go into executive session at this point in time, and I would accept a motion for that statute. We'll take a 10-minute break.
Oh,
Hey, the meeting's back in session. I was informed we have a tight time slot for our 11:30 a.m. Josh Durrell, CEO of Wyoming Business Council, pertaining to a statewide poll, I believe. Josh, are you online and can you hear us? Josh, are you there? Sure.
Because he's muted.
Yeah, maybe what's his, can you tell me his name, or would you ask him to raise his hand?
Yes. Business.
I saw Patrick's name, but then he's not there, but I do not see Josh on the meeting. And he's the, here,
His name is JD.
oh, JD. I do not see him, I'm so sorry.
He says in January, but I suggest that.
I'm so sorry, but I could see, but I can't see him, I don't see him. Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Says he has hand raised and he can see.
I just saw him raise his hand, now I can't find it.
This is where we can take the big deep breath and some grounding.
Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, he appeared and now he's
Click on the list of people.
okay. I see all the people, but he's not in it. And he appeared when he raised his hand, but now he's gone. There he is.
Okay. Oh, there's the word.
Okay, he is unmuted.
Okay, Josh, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you all. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. I apologize for I wasn't meaning to hide out there. Somewhere I was apparently somewhere in virtual land that I could see you, but you couldn't see me. So thanks for fighting through that. Would it be possible for me to share my screen?
Sorry, Josh. Oh, there you are. That is so weird. You keep.
You might just have to make me a presenter, I guess.
Hey, Jessica. Maybe Jessica could help.
You should think of
Don't let Doug do it.
Oh, you don't need to worry about that. We got a picture.
Well, it's good to know that it's not just me that struggles with these darn things. So,
There you are. Okay, you may be able to share your screen now. Does it give you the option?
no, it does not. Um, let's see.
I apologize, Josh. It's not giving.
That's okay. That's okay. How about if we just do this? How about if we just do it the old fashioned way and I'll just blather on for a while and the commission can stop me at any time. How's that sound? Um, well, commissioners, thank you very much for giving me some time today to talk a little bit about the economy, which I think a lot of people care a lot about. But at the same time, it can put us all to sleep. So I know it's getting close to lunch and you're probably ready for a little bit of a break. So if you don't mind staying awake just for a few more minutes as we talk about the economy, I'd sure appreciate it. And please, as you know, this is your meeting, so stop me at any time. Ask any questions you have. If you don't mind, just jump right in because I can't see you very well to see anybody raise their hand or anything like that. So my name is Josh Durrell. I'm the CEO of the Wyoming Business Council, and that's a state agency that's really focused on how do we enable growth in our communities and how do we make sure that we're removing barriers to growth in our communities. And by doing things like infrastructure improvements, by doing building local capacity, that means your ability to solve problems on your own. We are really, for a state agency, I want to say we're strong supporters of local control. I strongly believe that the best way to work on your economy is to do it at the local level. I feel like the best way is to build teams at a local level that can solve those economic challenges. And the state should be there to facilitate and maybe help out with some funding from time to time. But more than anything, you should be able to do that on your own. I strongly believe in that. And we've really focused our efforts around building teams that can solve problems and funding infrastructure that unlocks growth. And the Business Council has for about 26 years been in existence, and we have a program called BRC, or Business Ready Communities. And that has kind of been the program that gets the most airplay or headlines. But I think the work that we do at a local level to just sort of understand the barriers, and whether that means reducing regulation, whether that means putting in a water or sewer line, whatever that might mean to unlock growth, that's really what we're all about. And over the past few years, we've been working around the state to try to help communities figure out what's stopping their growth. And so we've done a little bit of a lot of problem solving, and we've kind of understood that there's this idea that Wyoming doesn't want to grow. And as the state agency that's sort of charged with helping the economy grow, we wanted to understand if that was real or if that's a myth. And along the way, we ran into a lot of myths, and what we found is that those myths are really, really powerful. And so we said, well, we're gonna dive into some of these myths and try to understand them. And I want to talk at least about a couple that I think are important. One is that there's a real sentiment out there that our economy is doing just fine, and we don't need to change anything. Everything is just hunky dory. Why are we talking about the economy? And what I want to say is that there are pockets where our economy is doing okay. But overall, as a state, our economy is challenged a little bit. Right now, our GDP is flat or declining, depending on how hard you want to look at it. And somebody asked me the other day, they're like, well, what does GDP mean to me? And I said, well, that's a good point. And so what we did is we looked a little deeper. And what we found is that for an individual person, it affects them because one of the things that we see is that our job opportunities, the number of job opportunities in the state, is flat. And it's actually some of the worst number of job opportunities per capita of any other state in the nation. I think we're beating Mississippi. So That's kind of where we are in terms of the number of job opportunities that we have. The other thing that is impacting our people in the state is that our wages are dropping. Our median wage is dropping at a rate that we're not the worst in the nation, but we are 46th in the nation in terms of our wage growth or shrinkage. It's a bad indicator, right? Nobody wants fewer job opportunities and nobody wants their wages to go down, but that's what's happening in Wyoming. And so then we took a look at another factor, and it was our population is growing slightly, but our workforce, our labor force, is actually staying the same or shrinking. And what that means is that our population is aging. And as somebody who's aging, has plenty of gray hair, that is what it is. However, for an economy, you don't want your age to continue to creep up like that. That's a challenge. And this is the final one I'll leave you with about our economy and kind of where it is and kind of helping you understand that it's probably in long-term decline, is that we have the worst brain drain of any other state in the union. So that means that people are born in Wyoming, but they leave at a rate that is twice the national average. So I don't know about all of you, but I have 4 kids at home. 2 of them have graduated college. They've been fortunate enough to find a job in Wyoming, but the chances are pretty good that most of them will have to leave. At least 2 out of every 3 people have to leave Wyoming by the time they're in their mid-20s to chase their ambition. And I don't know about all of you, but brain drain doesn't really say it. But when I say my kids' names, Olivia, Grace, Ruby, and Maddox, it hits home a little bit. Have any of you had kids that have had to leave the state? Or were they all lucky enough to stay in Wyoming? And if so, great. I think it's fantastic. I love the state. I've spent my entire career working just as hard to stay in Wyoming as I did on my career, frankly, because I love this state and want to stay here forever. But not everybody gets to do that. And so we've been tackling this problem of our declining economy, and we've been looking at a local level more than anything. And what we're trying to do is unlock that growth. And again, we do it with infrastructure investments and we do it with problem solving. And so, one of the things that has popped up though is that people don't want Wyoming to grow. Have any of you ever heard that? Raise your hand if you've heard that they don't want Wyoming to grow. And raise both hands if you are one of those people who don't want Wyoming to grow. Well, actually, that's funny that 2 out of the 5, I believe, raised both hands. That's about the same percentage as reality. And turns out that 65% we did a poll because we were running into this a lot, and we thought, well, gosh, if people don't want Wyoming to grow, we probably shouldn't exist as an agency because we're all about growth. What's the point of having an agency about economic growth if people don't want us to? Let's just do what the people want. And so we said, well, let's do a poll and try to figure out what people really want. And what we found is that we did a poll at the end of September of this year. We surveyed 514 registered voters across the state. It's not the biggest poll in the world. It's not the smallest. It's statistically significant. And what we found is that 65% of Wyomingites actually want population growth. Can you imagine? I can't see your faces close enough to read the room here, but a lot of folks are probably like me, I don't know if I believe that. Because, a lot of times we hear that people don't want population growth. And what we found is that if that population growth meant more opportunities for their family, friends, and neighbors, they were good with it. And the same was true for economic growth. They want more opportunities in Wyoming. And the reason that they do is because they're seeing their family, friends, and neighbors leave. And so what I would be happy to come back and show you with slides and with some other things is that there is support for growth in Wyoming. And I'll be happy to share the presentation, but also the poll results with the commission so that you can see it. But as you're thinking about growth and as you're thinking about policies or decisions that you make as leaders in your community about growth, I think one of the things that we found is that people feel alone. They feel like, gosh, I might be the only one in the room that wants our community to grow and to have more opportunities for our young people and my friends. And what we're finding is that you're not. And so as you make decisions, as you think about your economy in the long run, realize that there's a pretty good contingent of people out there that want growth to happen. Now, I'm guessing that none of you want to become Denver or Salt Lake. Is that right? Raise your hand if you want to become Denver or Salt Lake. Yeah, I don't have to wait long to know that nobody's going to raise their hand. I didn't raise my hand either, because that's not what I want. And frankly, I don't think that could really ever happen. I think Denver has like 5 million people and we have 580,000. I mean, we're a long cry from that as a state, let alone a community. And we don't want that to happen. But I think we can all see that that's pretty ridiculous to believe that that could happen. We'd have to grow 10 times to be the size of Colorado. And I don't know about you, but a 10x population increase that's ridiculous. But here's what we know about the economy in America. In America, rural communities, and frankly, nearly every community in Wyoming is rural. Rural communities are losing their population to the larger population centers in America. It happens in Wyoming, and it happens to Wyomingites more, and the challenge is more stark because we are so rural and we are so spread out. You all probably have felt this in terms of your population maybe going up and down and up and down over time. And what we're seeing is that those big population centers are sort of vacuuming out all of the people to them and leaving us with not very much workforce. And when you don't have workforce, you have a hard time growing a business. And that cycle of very few workers means that your business is going to be challenged, is a negative spiral. Whereas in those cities, they have plenty of workforce, therefore their businesses can thrive. And so we're fighting against that. And I think what I want to maybe have a dialogue or discussion with you here today, if we've got a few minutes, is to just say, how do we work on that together? How do we put policies in place, and how do we make the right investments in order to help our businesses in Wyoming thrive? Because ultimately, when business thrives, communities are strong and people have a very, I think, a positive view of the future. But when it doesn't, we know what happens. And I don't have to tell all of you how that negatively impacts your community, how it negatively impacts the families in your town, and what that means for you as commissioners. And so, I'll stand for questions. I appreciate your flexibility with me today, and I'm happy to have a dialogue with you.
This is Doug Vickery. I've got just one comment on growth. I think the definition of growth is what needs to be approached, because what is growth? Growth some places is factories. Some other places it's a bigger house for somebody that's moved in for retirement, but that's growth in the community. So the definition of growth can mean a lot of different things. And some like here in Sublette County, we're growing. Some of us, myself included, don't like to see what sun's going on, but that's just part of the cycle. And so I think here again, I'm speaking for myself, but it's how you guide that growth is going to determine the outcome of your community. And do I want to see skyscrapers like in Denver? No, I don't. But reality says we're going to see new homes, because we are right now. We're experiencing that. And the folks that are coming in, for instance, for the most part, are not young families, they're older people. And they're coming in because we've a scene here, if you would, that allows them to enjoy opening the door and looking at the mountains, not smelling smog and not smelling smoke. And so those are the things. Is that growth? In some regards, yes, it is. But it's one that is manageable. And, you know, I don't know about everybody else, but I set out in my little corner of the world and I'm just happy as a clam there. And, you know, if I pop over the hill and I see 200 big old condominiums, to me, that's negative growth, not positive. So that's my take on it. I think growth is, the definition needs to be adhered to, and there's a lot of different ways to define growth. And so by kids staying here, I have one kid that's here, one's out in that other country called California. And so, you know, but they're doing well out there. So, you know, it depends on, you know, somebody goes and follows whatever their desires are, and it leads them to wherever. And so that's my take on it. But you know, you're right in one regards. I think we're all going to go through growth. But once again, I reiterate, it depends on, at least from a commission standpoint, I believe, how we funnel that and where, you know, what is growth in our minds? Is it the complete takeover of Sublette County? That's not growth. To me, it's not. To some, it would be. So anyway, there you go. That's my spiel on it. Talk to the rest of these guys now.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I think that's a really, really valid point.
Well, I think it's the chicken crossing the road. What comes first, the employees or the employment? If you don't have the employment, you're not going to have growth. And you look at the local level saying, well, who doesn't want growth? But it's ultimately the state that's missing out on bids to bring the businesses here. We don't have the workforce to bring businesses, or perhaps we'd entertain it. So it's without the infrastructure for people to stay and work, it ain't going to happen.
Yeah, maybe just real quick, if you don't mind, I think that chicken and egg problem is exactly the problem we're trying to work on. Because you're right. You know, do you go out and try to round up a bunch of people to be available for work, or do you go get the employers? We've found that it's possible to bring employers in into some areas of the state, and what they're asking for is they're making sure that the communities can support the growth. Does it have the infrastructure it needs? Does it have the amenities that their employees want? Does it have a livability, and is Wyoming willing to invest in themselves? If they're going to come here and invest in the state, do they see Wyoming investing in itself? And we're seeing that. We're also seeing that there are a lot of people who want to start businesses here and have, and in some cases they get to a certain size and they say, well, darn it, we can't, our community can't grow enough for me. I've got to have more people to grow, and it pains me to say it, but we see companies going down to the Front Range or the Wasatch Front and starting up a second location so that they can have enough people. And man, it is a chicken and egg problem. You're right. And so we're kind of working on it. And I think the infrastructure for growth is something that we need to really look at and say, do we have the revenue and can we generate the revenue to grow our communities if there's employers that want to grow? And it's a chicken and egg battle that we do all the time. So
one of the items that you brought up are wages. And with the state's current mental philosophy, and we endure this all the time, is you don't pay emergency responders enough to live here. So we have the capability of hiring, our SO could hire 20 people. Our highway department could hire additional people, but the state won't step forward and spend the money they have in reserves for exactly what you're talking about, are growing. And so for you to come and say, well, how do we grow?
Yep.
That's again, that goes to the state, spend your money so we can grow.
Yeah.
Pay the law enforcement officers what they're worth. Pay the road and bridge, highway department, the structure for our community, livable wages, which the state won't do. So I think you're further ahead barking up the other tree.
Yeah. No, I like, I mean, thanks for calling that out. I think that's a key component. And you're right. We sure pack a lot to reserves. I don't know what we're saving for, but we, I guess maybe we're saving for those last few people that are left when everybody leaves. I don't know.
Sure. That's all I have.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm good.
We're all good. Thank you.
Well, thank you all. I appreciate it. Thanks for squeezing me in before your executive session. I've got another meeting, and I really appreciate you taking some time with us. And I like the thoughts about growth, and I'll definitely carry that water about, state wages and how challenging it is. I'm sure those folks have heard it, but I think it's important. It's important too for you to know that your voice is important to the legislature. I think it's a critical component to making sure that your voices are heard. And I know that you all have probably said it, but it's you probably can't say it enough. So I'll carry some water on that too. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your presentation. We certainly appreciate it.
Yeah. All right. Well, have a great afternoon.
Thank you. You also. Good day.
Bye.
You just got bumped to the end of the meeting, Clayton. Thank you.
If you want to executive session all you want.
I have to run out on an errand, but why don't we tuck it in at 2:00 with the board discussion of the procurement policy? Okay. Janess, would you like to do this before or after lunch? Okay, let's do it.
All right. Okay, the first thing I have on my update is that we received a request from a student who's in that grandfathered scholarship program, which was the $2,000 per semester. She has actually graduated and has requested that the board consider allowing her to use the remainder of those funds, which is one final payment of $2,000, so she can attend Utah dispute resolution to pursue a career in mediation. And I need to get the will of this body and let her know whether you're willing to let her do that.
So what was the decision? Does it play into the fact that just gonna do Wyoming schools in this or not?
So this is still that original one before that, and yes, you sort of turned the corner on how you were handling those things and only going to Wyoming schools and for that matter, only to public schools. So this would be a request to utilize a higher funding level on an older agreement after her graduation date to go to Utah dispute resolution.
Any idea how many of those there were? This is.
There are two payments, one for each student. This one is making this request and the other one had already made a request to still pay it this year, but she was doing an exchange overseas or something. Exactly, that's where. So.
Personally, I'm against it. Served its function and got her a degree. Some will go on and be professional students if they're allowed. I think it's served its purpose and we shouldn't grant anymore.
I question a little bit, but what I'm like. Go either way, doesn't make any difference, but.
Commissioner Vickery?
Well, exactly where I stand, quite frankly, I think
I think this, where it falls in. I think this, when those kids apply and we give them scholarship.
I think your mic's
Why didn't anybody hear me? Is that okay now? Okay. I think that when we allow, when we give those scholarships, those kids know this is what it's for. That's when they should use it, okay? I don't like the deferral method, quite honestly. And that's my take on the whole deal.
Commissioner White, anything to say?
Agree with Mac on it. I think this one's done.
I agree. Across the board, is there a motion on this? Do we need a motion?
Probably.
I'd make a motion to end the scholarship payment for. I want to state a name in there, just end the scholarship payment on this request.
That sufficient not to name the name on this scholarship request.
I think no action is probably sufficient.
Okay, good enough. Excellent, thanks. On to the next.
Okay, I just wanted to next mention that I had sent that NACO's AI County Compass. That was materials related to the AI policy development. I just want to make it clear that I'm ready to move forward with whatever you wish, when you wish, just to get that out there. Amplify IT is the contractor that came and did the meetings with departments to assess our cybersecurity posture, I guess. And they have completed those on-site meetings and have probably, I think there might still be one meeting left that they need to conclude, and then they're assimilating a report and we'll provide that when it's ready. Your WCCA legislative conference is scheduled for February 11th through 13th, and registration is open for that. You should have all received a copy of the agenda, but I did bring one if anyone wants to look at it, and I just need to know who wants to attend and what your schedule and travel might be. Anybody?
I want to go.
Okay. Just Sam?
Where's this at?
I'll give you those.
Okay,
I gave you those for your other one.
okay.
Where's it at?
That is a very good question. Let me find it. I do know the answer. I just can't remember right now.
Cheyenne, right?
Is it Cheyenne? Yes, it is in Cheyenne. And if anybody wants to see that agenda, there it is. Is it always in Cheyenne? Because the legislature, okay, so.
I'll get back with you on it. This one I went to last. Thank you. Probably so.
Okay, so, yeah.
Sorry, he already is.
Okay, so I've got Sam and Lynn and Mac and Dave are deciding. I'll just keep going if that's okay while you look at that. We had a cooperating agency meeting with Bridger Teton. It was a virtual meeting. It's the monthly check-in, and they essentially prepared us for the upcoming meeting this Thursday that's in Marbleton. And that is again, a cooperating agency meeting, and it's just the next steps in the forest planning.
That's all day Thursday.
It is all day Thursday. Do you plan to attend?
At this moment, no, but that might be.
Okay. And I am planning on going, and I will be going with the conservation district too. we met yesterday to discuss some of the topics. That was kind of a homework assignment for that meeting. And so I appreciate them inviting me to join them and sharing their thoughts with us so that we can, you know, be unified in our position. We also had yesterday the Forest Collaborative meeting. That group established recommendations last in 2021 and have worked with the agencies on those recommendations. What I hear is one of the things that came out of that was a 10-year veg plan with the Forest Service, and then some actions with the BLM and other agencies. At that meeting were various interested parties, including industry, weed and pest, Forest Service representatives, state forestry, the BLM, Sublette County Unified Fire, and so on. And that meeting, there are planned 4 more meetings this year, and then hopefully at the end of the 4th meeting, new recommendations for those agencies for plans. You know, high level plans for what we would like to see accomplished in the next series of years. You have all received, hopefully, the copy of the digital version of the State of the County, and some of you have gotten back with me with comments, and I can assimilate those comments and send them back. I just want to make sure you all have the opportunity and the time you need to look at those. I guess if you're done and you don't have any comments, let me know so that we know.
When do they plan on publishing that?
They said it's at your pleasure. We can take as long as we need to review it, then they'll review it and pass the final draft
Yep.
back to us, so.
Sooner is better than later. Can we set a final timeline on this? Otherwise, it'll drag out until September.
Yeah, I was fine with I've already commented, so.
Okay, thank you.
What I saw was fine.
You can shoot out a blurb saying you have 1 week left or something like that, just out of courtesy, and
Okay.
then close the door.
Good.
Otherwise, you're gonna wait and wait and wait.
The University of Wyoming has provided us with a revised draft agreement based on our discussion a couple of meetings ago that I have forwarded to Clayton for review, and once he approves it, we'll get it to you, or we amend it, I'll get it to you guys for signature. We had talked last time about a tentative schedule for that FEMA Region 8 meeting, and there's some information here in my report about that. That meeting will be on January 12th. It's a virtual meeting by Teams, and that'll be from 10 to 12. If you didn't receive that email, let me know. Your group email was included on it, but I can forward it to you if you need. I did post that Department of Ag survey on our website. I don't know if people are using it or not, and our Facebook page. I wanted to mention that we're to the point now that it's time to start at least considering an amendment of our federal and state land use policy. It was adopted in September of 21. The surveys appear to have been done the fall before in 2020, and the document states, to the extent resources allow, it is recommended that this policy be reviewed and updated every 5 years following the same process for public involvement. So, you know, where the surveys were done in the fall of 2020, we're basically at that 5-year mark. And so I just need to know how you would like to proceed. Do you feel it's time to make amendments to that? Do you want to formally say we're going to wait another year? How would you like to proceed? And if you would like, I can get you another copy of that.
Any preference?
I'm kicking down the road here.
Yeah, we had
Down the road here.
3 head shakings on that one.
Okay. So it's it says to the extent resources allow it, it's recommended. So no need for a motion for that is the way I take that. Okay. All right. And then today I'm trying to get caught up on my emails and I saw an email that I did forward to you guys. I mean, I think it came directly to you, but it's unmet housing grant program. Did you guys see that? Says the Wyoming Office of State Lands and Investments is pleased to announce that applications are now being accepted for the Unmet Housing Grant Program. The legislature approved $5 million for this program to provide grants to Wyoming cities, towns, counties, and tribal governments. The funds are intended to finance projects that directly support the development of housing to address unmet housing needs across the state, including land acquisition and infrastructure such as water, sewer, and utilities. I guess I just want to make sure you're aware that's out there. If you have something in mind that we might want to apply for, let me know.
I saw,
Quick.
Yeah, it's due January 30th.
and $5 million isn't enough to do a county.
That's right. Yeah. We get the 5 million, I go for it.
Yeah, that doesn't even get started.
That when you get the
Yeah.
engineer raises high to come up with something.
I think I heard, don't worry about it. All right, and then last but not least, I wondered if you wanted to call a meeting of your local leaders to discuss upcoming legislation that might affect our operations or their operations, and if so, who, when, and where would you like that? One of the departments over a year or about a year ago said, man, we should have gotten together and talked about these things beforehand. So I just put that on my radar and wanted to ask you if you wanted to call such a meeting.
I think input and attendance is really important, but it's not gonna happen. I think realistically, would that be a factual statement, or do you think that would get some people that want to belly up to the bar?
You get some that would come in here, you know, I know. Fire association across the state is a very big thing. Clerks Association would have a bunch of bills that potentially could affect their business, that we could get together on. Same with the Treasurers Association, same with the Assessors Association. I think as far as a formal meeting, or we just reach out individually before we go back and decide what we as commissioners are gonna advocate for. I think that's up to the commission at that point.
Would be covering everything just by sending out an email asking for.
Could be email communication also.
Probably so. Thoughts?
I don't think it'd hurt to go over them and if they want to go to Cheyenne and help campaign for it, it must be discussed prior to.
I don't know.
Let's
The
start out,
turnout's a problem.
let's start out with an email and see what kind of response we get.
See if we can get a common thread there of some nature and move forward.
So for clarification, I can send an email. Do you want it just to still be an email or an email saying, do you want to meet? Just so I'm clear.
I'd say both.
Okay.
An email, stating, hey, something to the effect of, what issues are you guys seeing that could directly affect your business and day-to-day operations? And would you guys like to get together before we go to the legislative conference and advocate the same thing?
Okay. All right.
And then, did you include yourself on the registration for the WCCA?
I did not.
I request that you would go if you could make that timing happen. But for the rest of the commission.
Every time she goes down there, somebody else wants to hire her. I don't know if it's good to send her.
That's true.
Okay.
Okay.
And are you gonna go to see what's that? And
Well, I'd like to go, but let me.
Got to get out of Arizona first.
We got some cows up there.
I don't know.
Well, no, I don't either. It didn't clarify.
That was Are they usually there on the screen? I've only.
Last time last time they saw us.
If the senators, the federal representatives, yeah, I don't know if they're gonna be there, so.
Oh, which brings up another point. SRS passed, you know that, but I don't know if the public knows that. So our legislators, at least I know, Hageman voted in favor of it. I presume the other two also voted in favor of it. And so that is great to have that reauthorized.
And there's some back payment there too.
There is.
Okay. Any questions for Janess? Thank you for everything. Any questions from any of the online attendees? If not, we'll break an hour for lunch.
Hour.
You want shorter?
We gotta start at 1 o'clock on this other one. Got people coming in for it probably. Maybe
1
we
o'clock.
can have a short lunch.
Okay, 1 o'clock?
Yeah.
1 o'clock-ish. We'll go back into session. Next up would be Haley Rulin, P and Z with Mountain Meadow Creek final plat review.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Today for planning and zoning, we have an application for the final plat for the Mountain Meadow Creek subdivision that's at the Daniel intersection, southwest of the intersection of 191 and 189. And the applicant is here as well as the engineers and surveyors who were involved in the project. So I can run through this and then give them an opportunity also to speak. Just to give a little bit of history about the project, I just thought it would be helpful to go back and look at some timelines of this. The application, they requested a rezone for the property back in 2022, and the rezone was approved. And then in 2024 and in 2025, there have been some extensions with the preliminary plat process. So that's why now 2025, the preliminary plat was submitted and recommended for approval to move forward with the final plat in August by the commissioners. And there were a couple notes on the plat with the review process as far as some improvements that needed to be made to meet the preliminary plat review. I just wanted to say this in the beginning of this application. Because of timelines with staff and the turnover with the transition with the planning and zoning office, I was not as significantly involved with the preliminary plat review. So when I did this review, I feel like some of the things within my review should have probably been discussed with the preliminary plat. And I really appreciate the applicant and everyone working with us because we had a little bit of back and forth with some of the review before their preliminary plat, but everyone was very great. We were able to get this thing to where it is today, just with everyone, you know, we had some very quick turnarounds with responses. But I feel like this is at a good place to come to you today. So the zoning, though, I'll go ahead and just show the zoning. And then show the plat as well. There's the zoning right here. And this subdivision includes 6 lots total. So there are 5 light industrial lots that are on this side of the property. And then there's an additional lot number 6 that's over here, including more of this mixed zoning area. And this discussion happened with the preliminary plat as far as phasing of this subdivision. We do not have anything in our regulations about phasing of subdivisions, which sometimes can include lots and blocks, where blocks are intended for future development, but we don't have anything in the regulations about that. So we are addressing the rezoning with this subdivision. So this subdivision, it does, all the zoning will stand for lots 1 through 6 with this subdivision. And if lot 6 ever is developed in the future, there may need to be access improvements or, an access permit may need to be updated. But as far as the zoning, as far as what's on this map is what would go with any permits. They may choose to come in and subdivide again, but according to our regulations, there's nothing in the current regulations that requires them to come back and do additional subdivisions onto lot 6. So I just wanted to point that out. And just to go through the accesses, the final plat, YDOT reviewed the access permit back in November and issued the access permit for down here. So access to this subdivision is on 189. And the access permit assumes that all 6 of these lots are general light industrial use. If anything were to change with those uses and perhaps when lot 6 is developed and expands beyond the light industrial use, that is when the access permit would require an update with YDOT. The improvements and inspections, they did do road improvements out there, and Jorgensen Associates, they are actually confirming they're certifying the construction of the road. And Billy Pape went out and he did approve the road. He just called me right before this because we've had a little bit of back and forth trying to just talk about the road a little bit. And the road is approved by the county as well to this point. And thank you guys for that. And then the fire tank, that was also installed, and that fire tank, it's like 5 different sections, and each section is 2,000 gallons. So there's a picture in here in the application packet. But I thought it was pretty neat to see that. And we did ask as well, just to receive confirmation that is installed to the manufacturer's specifications. While we do have certification that it was installed per the county regulations, it's also helpful to know that it was installed to the manufacturer's specifications, just to make sure down the road we don't have issues with it leaking and just the sustainability of that tank over time.
And that confirmation is back, or you're waiting on it?
We would need to receive that in writing, but I did receive that from the applicant that it was installed to them, but I have not yet received anything in writing for us to include with this. But I did verbally, that was told to me verbally since this packet was developed. Let me pull up that tank. And then the other thing about the access permit that I just wanted to bring up, and I talked with Jorgensen about this as well. YDOT indicated on the access permit that one of the notes on the final plat, they put NA with the note that's relevant to the YDOT permit. And we did discuss this. YDOT doesn't provide suggested wording for us or on plats. Unlike the DEQ, they typically will provide suggestions of what we are required to include on the plat, but YDOT does not do that. They issue the access permit. And from talking with Jorgensen, we just thought, I personally feel like it would be beneficial to have something about the access permit on the plat, so that when someone is looking at developing on these lots, the information is on the plat and they're not having to run around to try to figure out information about the property. The more information that's on the plat, I think it just helps in the long run when people have questions. And then, let's see what else. The bonds, so in addition to the road and the fire suppression tank, there are going to be power improvements or power utility improvements for the lots. And Rocky Mountain Power did not want to, they wanted to see the subdivision proceed to final plat before doing those improvements. So a bond has been provided. It's typically up to you if you want it to be 100% of the engineer's cost estimate or up to 150% of the cost estimate. And they have provided a bond for 150% of the cost of the power improvements, which is almost up to, I think that total was like 200 and
Like 214.
200 and yeah, $214,000 is 100. It's very expensive for these power improvements for this site. And then as far as some other things to note, there are CC&Rs that are with this property as well. And I unfortunately did not include them in the packet for today's meeting. I have printed them out for you and will have them available for the public here as well. Those were discussed also with the preliminary plat. So in length with the preliminary plat, those have already been discussed. Trying to think. Sure. I'm just wanting to learn if there's anything else. The other thing, Skylar Wilson did do a survey review and all of his comments have been addressed. All of my comments, again, I feel like at this point, once we receive written confirmation about the fire tank, I believe that all of my comments will have been addressed at that point. This did not receive any review from the county engineer. There is a requirement that the Sublette County engineer review this. However, I did a pretty thorough review. I did ask Rio if they were interested in reviewing, and they expressed that they did not, that, they felt like this one was not something that they felt like they needed to review at the time. So I really feel like, though, I did a pretty thorough review on this. And again, some of these comments could have been addressed with the preliminary plat. And I think in the future, it's just showed us ways that we can improve things. Maybe I could have a little bit more of a checklist or something to help us with this down the road. And I do really appreciate, though, the applicant's willingness to last week, we kind of were going back and forth with things, but everything is complete. And if you want to hear from them, or if you guys have questions for me, please let me know.
I think the questions need to come from the developers, at least from my perspective.
And your recommendation pertaining to this, Haley, is?
My recommendation, based off of where things are with the application, I believe the application is considered complete. And it's already been approved through the preliminary plat stage. And really, this is the final stage for approval. And I feel like to this point, everything is here for that final approval.
Brian, any presentation by you?
I don't think we have anything presented. I have to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. Great. And to extend that opportunity, of course. Anyone in the public or online that have any questions, comments, or concerns? Yes, please step forward.
My name's Celia. There's several objects and several comments that I oppose. As it's written here, it says on 189, lots 1 through 6 will be coming in on 189. But I talked to Haley previous to this meeting, and they can change. And as Haley said, that really doesn't mean anything because they can change it and put it on 354. Put in a special, ask for a special permit to have access on 354, which I think is an extremely bad idea. Besides which I live out there. That road is very busy. It's the entrance to the National Forest. It has tons of cattle trucks, cement trucks, lots of people living up and down that road. And the primary reason is there is on 191, where 354 shoots off on the right-hand side, there is no turn lane. If access on the right-hand side going south. That turn is a terrible turn as it is. You have to, that is not a well-banked turn, anything. You have to slow down to 15 miles an hour to make that turn. That's coming off a steep hill. Hardly anybody goes 55 miles an hour, particularly the large trucks. Many times I went to make that turn in the trucks this far on my rear. And I talked to YDOT about changing the speed limit on that. They just report enough to come out here and change it because it goes from 70 to 55 without enough time for the trucks to slow down. And if you're having entrance to this proposed property, it's going to cause wrecks. I believe it will cause wrecks. And people are slowing down to 15. There is no turn. 189, to turn off 189 as it says in here for 1 to 6, which makes much more sense. There are already 2 designated turn lanes, one going north and one going south. Why would you use that? Why would you put another turn lane on 354? Or if they did use that, they should be responsible financially to put a turn lane in there going south. It is not it's, you'll make the turn, then you'll turn around and go right into the property. So you'll brake and make the turn, then you'll brake again and go into this property. And would light industrial be allowed to use that? When this was proposed back in 22 and passed in planning and zoning, I thought there was only going to be 6 light industrial lots. From what I'm hearing from Haley right now, there could be all light industrial lots. How can you pass something for the lot 6 when it's not broken down into what it's going to be? How can you pass that? And then besides which the CCRs were not online, it was an honest mistake not to have them there. But how could people on Zoom? They don't have this piece of paper. So I don't think it should be voted on today for that. That's an addition. Also, when it was approved by P&Z, it was for 12 units of housing. There were supposed to be some cutesy little townhouses, but on here it says duplex townhouses or apartments, but nothing specified to how many units on those apartments. Are there going to be 50 apartments? How tall are they going to be? Is it going to still be 12? What kind of, how many commercial lots? That's not on here. I don't feel you can vote on this today when you don't have lot 6 divided into what it is. You're voting on something that you don't have all the information on. We don't have all the information. And I have a couple more things on here. Main thing is that there's no permit. It's horrible to come off 354. And that's left ambiguous on here. So they can change it in the future. How can you vote on something that isn't right now? You're voting on something that isn't. Should all come off 189 if they're going to do So I need to know how many of the light industrial and people on Zoom and for the CCRs, you should all know that before this is voted upon. How many light industrial lots are proposed? How many housing units are actually going to propose? Are they going to be trashy little units, apartments, whatever? How many housing units will be there? How many commercial buildings will be there? I am also concerned with all the night sky there. Will they have night sky on this, or their light industrial and commercial lots gonna spread light all over everywhere, invade everybody else's privacy? Easy enough to do a night sky. You just put a lampshade on it. So to speak. You know, they do it in Jackson. I think every place around here should do it. There's no reason they're making money should interfere with everybody else's. And as I've said many times, light industrial and residential do not belong together. Like the proposed rules, which have never passed in 2 years, was light industrial to be, any new light industrial to be 1 mile from any residential, current residential. That kind of got put out there 2 years ago, and it's kind of a calling card for anybody who wanted light industrial and residential to do it before you guys actually finalize the rules, which haven't been done in 2 years. So light industrial is all about money. Residential is about actually having a home without being invaded with light industrial. We still have light industrial lots that are open up by Pinedale Lumber. Why aren't those being accessed as light industrial? We have light industrial units that are still open, many of them open out in Sandy. Why aren't those being used? Why are you letting light industrial to invade a residential area? It brings down the value of all our homes. They don't belong together. You have money and a home. And so that's the main things I have to say, and I'd like to come on here again to say some more.
Thank you. Any comments or observations from those online? Any from here in the public? Questions, comments, concerns from any of the commissioners? Please.
So I thought originally we discussed how many duplexes there were gonna be there at one time along the highway over there.
Was that the onset of this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you remember that? I mean, they had pictures, I thought, of what they proposed. It was more definite than this, what was gonna be there. Cause it's kind of new to me that they had it parked there. I don't know if anybody else remember or not.
I do recall, as well, maybe the applicant can speak to that.
We address that. Commissioners, if we can, just to help maybe address some of the questions about the housing. As Haley mentioned a little bit, if you recall, when we were here for the preliminary plat, that lot 6, what's identified right now as lot 6 on the plat, was originally defined as block 2. And the reason for that is because plan was to divide it later and put in divide that lot up so that it matches the zoning. So there's a multifamily lot and a highway commercial lot. Right now, there's an industrial building on that, an industrial zone portion. Silver Shop is on there. At this time, that's all they plan on building on that lot until it's further subdivided. So to further subdivide lot 6, it has to come back to the county and go through that whole process again. which would require the whole subdivision preliminary plat hearing and review by the county, review by YDOT. If an access is gonna be proposed on 354 at that time, that has to get reviewed at that time. So at this point in time, there is no future plan to build anything on lot 6 other than their shop they have now. So we just want to make sure it's clear that any future development of that will obviously come back to you all for approvals. Now, I know Ms. Dover has plans on potentially building some houses down the road. I'll let her answer those, but that would be after it's subdivided.
And that would be, I think that originally it was discussed 14 units were the maximum, 14 individual units. So I think the idea was 7 duplexes on it. So it isn't apartment complex or anything like that. Giving the space, I think there's limitations on with the county for 2 units per acre is getting what. All right, so there's limitations even on that part of it. Then if the water study comes back or septic drainage comes back as being different in that area, I'm gonna do some other restrictions on that part as well, but it could be any kind of building for those until it's, I think from our last meeting, it was discussed that we have a timeline for that to get the second finished. Also, DOT getting a road study done, which then they would determine whether or not, if there was be access on that other side or not at that time, or if there was anything additional that would be needed, just adding a turn lane or anything like that, which I think would come back on us as well anyways, if that's what they wanted to have happen, if it was required, that would be on us to add a turn lanes or through 354 if it were needed.
So at present, you cannot build houses on any of it? Is that what we're saying?
I don't know what the.
You can, they can as long as,
So what would they come later? Get it okayed if they can now?
if they choose to subdivide, where then it could be multiple owners. For right now, if someone wanted to come and do development within lot 6 and meet the zoning in each of the areas, they theoretically could do that. But they would have to update the access permits because the use would no longer be the light industrial use. It would be introducing more of the multi-family homes in commercial. So the access permit onto 191, I'm sorry, 189 would have to be updated and amended with WIDA. And if the applicant chooses to maybe do a driveway onto Highway 354 specifically for lot 6, they could choose to do that based off of this subdivision, the way the wording is, but they would have to meet all the WIDOT requirements to do that and get a new access permit. And there are required spacing requirements with WIDOT as far as how close it can be to an intersection. And that would be through the WIDOT process because Highway 354 is WIDOT.
So I'm still a little confused. We'll think today. So what we're saying is you could build houses now, but the final plat we're doing. But we don't know how many or what kind, right?
I mean, I think there's a limit to how many, no matter what.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what I'm
14,
fishing for.
I think 14 is the max. There's
So is that
7
in writing
acres.
somewhere? And while I got you there, she's looking over. So on this tank that's buried there, what is your all's capability of putting water in it?
So, and right now, I think they filled it with the town water, the water truck and then filled it. Realistically, I mean, if it were to get used at some point in time, we can either use a water truck to come back and fill it, right, 2,000 gallons at a time, 5 trips from town, or being able to just, run a hose off of the well over on our properties, be able to fill it also.
Thank you.
Further questions?
Yeah, well, I've got just a couple, I guess. And I looked in here, I know I read it there once, I can't find it again, but this fire suppression tank, that's a big deal in these subdivisions, okay, a big deal. And we haven't got the manufacturer's recommendations yet. You said you went through the county and they've okayed it. So, but I'm not familiar with that, so I guess somebody needs to explain what the cover is supposed to be, because when I looked at the, when I looked at the,
I don't hit copy.
You don't do any.
Sorry, it was.
well, I apologize for stepping on somebody's feet. I didn't mean to. So what I looked at, there's a picture in here somewhere, I believe, of the, when that tank was covered up. And I probably can't find it. So the concern, without looking at it, the concern that I would have had, twofold. There was also a comment about Sublette County going to replenish the water if it was used, and that's not going to happen because that extends our liability to everything that occurs there. So if that's in this, that needs to be taken out. And I know it was because I saw it. I can't find it right now. But from a standpoint of looking and living here for quite a little while and knowing how cold it can get, when I saw that cover, it looked to me like it didn't have near enough cover on it to protect it from the freeze down that's going to occur at some point here. So that would impair, at least I believe, the ability, if that thing's frozen, pull water out of it. Secondly, the county has a fire station right around the corner. And I know this was a requirement, but when I look at the dry hydrant, the county also has dry hydrants. I don't know how many for sure, 25 or 30 in different places around this community. And to every one of those have been determined by the fire chief not to be used because they don't work well. So the question that I have is, what's going to make this one work well if it's just there and it's sitting there? Is it going to be froze when you go to hook into it? The other thing too that I know for certain, when that water just sits there, algae forms big time. So if this thing is not drained or pulled or what have you, the water changed, so to speak, you could go in there, get ready to pull water out of there, and all you're going to get is green stuff, so to speak. So those are things that need to be, at least from my perspective, need to be addressed. And it may not impact you for 10 years, but it might this year because we've no snow cover. And that frosted, when it gets ready to go, it's going to go like this. And so, and I don't know what kind of connections are between the tanks, or I call them pods, whatever they are. But how are they a big opening? How much is between each one of those to let that water access each other?
The bill plans, let me see if I can find it.
So.
They're down low. I had visited with, the manufacturer and he reassured me we were discussing the freezing. So where they suck out of, that tube that goes all the way down is down at the bottom of the tank, right? So there's nothing that's, and those I think were buried, I don't know if it's 3 feet underground. So there's quite a bit of area. So where they attach to, and that's that far underground, he assured me, he's like, the water is not going to freeze in those tanks.
And where are they from? Okay, so they would have had experience with cold weather there too. So, yeah, so I haven't explained my question very well. So the connector between each one, there must be a connector that ties them in together. That's what I'm concerned. How big is that? And is that going to allow water that's not moving to stay open so it can, when you pull it from one end, it'll pull from the whole thing?
Designed to pull from the whole thing. So
Understand if the pipe is big enough and it hasn't frozen.
there's 6, those tanks where they're connected, I believe it's down to the very bottom. So that's 10 feet underground.
How far?
And sure, it's 10 feet.
Says it's 1 foot bottom.
So I mean, they're pretty big tanks and the connections are down low is where they're connected. Let's see if I can find an actual measurement. I know that this company is the one that does a lot of stuff. But these even in the Teton County for the tanks up there for hydrants tanks as well, so. On some of the subdivisions and different stuff up there,
But the top of the dry hydrant was installed per Shad's recommendation and it being requirements he gave us.
No, I understand that. And I guess I shouldn't be concerned because it's your deal. But when I looked at the buried, and I can't find that darn picture, when I looked at, well, there was another picture showed it buried somewhere. I saw that somewhere. I don't know where it was now, but just looking at the dry hydrant there on the end, it didn't appear to me there could have been much cover on it. That's my question. And when it starts freezing, it's going to freeze. That's all there is to it.
Pipe that's between it is finished on the bottom.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's per the manufacturer's recommendation and they're.
So they'll stand by it, of course. If it freezes down, they'll come help you get it out. Fair enough. Yeah. So once again, just so you know, my concern is the county will not take, from my perspective, any responsibility for maintaining that facility.
For your guys. The last year, the maintenance of that is on the developer, the HOA, for the substance.
Oh, okay, fair enough. That takes care of my concern on this thing because I know how, number one, it's important, but it's also important to make that thing so it's operational. And if it's not, I'm telling you right now, if that water is not pulled out of there ever so often, and I don't know for certain how ever so often is, then you will accumulate algae in there and it will create a big time issue.
Shad online, I thought we had the discussion with Shad about trying to make sure it got used once a year and refilled at least, or however often they want to try to, test it.
Okay, well, it's your call. I just wanted to make certain that you knew the county will not be responsible for maintaining that tank, whether it's filling water or not. So, okay, fair enough. That's all I've got. I've been assured that all the red lines have been corrected, so. But I do guess there is one other thing before I forget. That 354 access just should not occur, period. I think whenever you put your program completely together, whatever it is, you go out 189 because it's pretty obvious the difference in traffic flow. And so if you accumulate more and more and more, it's not going to have near the impact on 189 as it would have on 191 coming around the corner. And I've been around that corner several times with trucks coming on, and I start my downshift, if you would, way before it says 55. And I've had those trucks right on my tail, so I know how that can occur. And if you've got a lot of traffic coming in and out of there, some of those guys that can't even speak English can't read what 55 means. So that's a concern, a big concern. And so my recommendation from this commission is that road, whenever that subdivision is completely done, whichever is, or whenever is required, that all of the access comes off of 189, period. That's it for me, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Anything about the houses?
I did, yes. So I looked up the regulation about the housing. I'll share my screen right now. And here is the multiple family residential definition. This district provides areas for structures designated for occupancy by 2 or more families with each family occupying a separate dwelling unit, which may be separated vertically or horizontally. Shared walls, entrances, or stairs are common features of this type of housing. With public water and sewer, minimum lot size shall be 1 acre and maximum density shall be 8 dwelling units per acre. With the septic system involved, minimum lot size is 5 acres and maximum density is 2 dwellings per acre. And the area for this, just looking at the GIS of this area, is about 7.3 acres approximately for this property in this zoning.
Lot 6 shows 17 acres.
So the thing is, though, it's still based off of the multifamily residential zoning.
Okay, all right.
That is only about 7 acres.
Commissioner White? Anything to add?
Yeah.
Based off of the current wording right now on the final plat, it would be up to the regulations to determine, that would be the deciding factor for the density.
So go back to zoning, go back to your zoning map. That zoning was changed in 22.
Yes,
Lot 6 has 2 types of zoning on it.
it has three types of zoning on it.
That light industrial down in the corner is part of lot 6.
Yes, and the highway commercial.
Current structure on the lot is on the light industrial piece.
That shop that there is on the light industrial piece.
Yes.
What's the A1? Who is that a different owner? Owns it?
You want me to pull it? So looking at this, because this would most likely end up being a septic system and well, it's this portion that would be applying is the minimum lot size of 5 acres and the maximum density is 2 dwelling units per acre. This section up here is relevant if it is using a like
You'd be talking probably 10 units maximum.
10 to 14 if it's 7 acres.
Clayton, did you have?
Sorry.
I have a question. Let's define this. So if you do that, so what about the water supply for them? Does everybody have their own well? Each unit of 2 will have 1 well.
Possibly, or at least each lot. You might be able to have more than 2 units on it. Well, but I guess it depends on. In theory, you could have 1 well that services multiple people if it's over so many and it becomes a public water supply. But the limiting factor is the septic on those lots, because we did that water and sewer study, the size of the septic system on those west lots is going to be pretty large because of the soil, and then the separation distance between well and septic is going to be 200 feet. So you're just doing the math and the geography on it. You start to limit yourself on what you can put on that lot because the distances are so great.
Okay, looking down 20 years ahead or 15, So is that, are those something that could be sold off separately? I mean, are they gonna be sold or are you gonna own them?
The plan is to own them.
No, I mean, these houses going in. So your parents will own every one of them. So they could. 10 years down the road, no.
I mean, that's not the plan. I don't have.
Well, I know, but
Being planned.
it's
Should they
changed
be-
quick.
Well, I mean, on that, I think it said that the minimum for multifamily is 5 acres, so I don't know that it could. I don't know that it would be divided anywhere down to be able to sell individually. I don't know how that works exactly, but I'm not sure how that would work with being able to divide them and individually sell them off if
Got 5 acres had to go in
there's
one
a
sale.
limitation to those.
Where they're on 1
Acreage.
acre.
They can't be on 1 acre. If they're not on the public water system. If they're on a septic system, they gotta be on 5 acres. So,
I would like to remind, just to go back, that zoning and discussion of zoning, that did take a lot of, that took place with that rezone and with the preliminary plat. So they are meeting the requirements of the preliminary plat in the, like the zoning requirements.
you had some issue when we discussed lot 6 during the zoning changes, I remember, and it wound up going this route. I can't remember what your argument was, so.
I'm trying to remember the whole conversation, but I think it was that the zoning is married to one owner. If they wanted to divide it up and individually sell it out, they're gonna have the full subdivision process again. So they can build as per their right of the zoning, whoever owns that entire lot. But they can't individualize and subdivide it out and further sell it without coming back and doing a subdivision. Am I correct in saying that, Clayton?
Yes.
And that was the issue is the original one, they wanted to phase it out, build it later, but already have it subdivided to where they could sell out portions of it. Where now it's all one piece of land that is married to one owner who has rights under whatever zoning it is on, right?
Would you go back to that definitions thing you had up there a minute ago?
I I want to chime in here really briefly. Your decision on the final plat is realistically to see, have the boxes been checked in preliminary? That's it. So if the preliminary plat, if the boxes have been checked, it's been done, according to what was required in the preliminary plat, that is your decision today. You're not going back and reviewing zoning, you're not going back and reviewing lot size or anything else.
Understand that, but I need somebody to explain to me what compact highway related commercial development is. The word compact has me somewhat confused. What does compact mean?
Highway commercial, the CH1 zoning is highway commercial.
Oh, no, I understand that, but the term or the word compact is what I'm concerned about. Yeah. What does that mean to somebody, anybody? Explain that to me.
Allowed uses are spelled out.
I could look up, do a search on this.
Compact to me means small. And that's why I was asking what that means in this definition.
Is the C1 zoning right here. I'm sorry, that's the different highways. Here's the IAC.
But, because the one note that's on the plat really to specifically lot 6 that was added at the discussion on their plat hearing. It is, I guess, the big note on the plat that basically defines any further development or subdivision of that lot. Going through the county process, like we said, and or if any development is going to require additional access permits and work from YDOT, that becomes the responsibility of the developer at that time to address those concerns. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I understand that part of it. Yeah, that's fine. I shouldn't have brought it up, but I'm just curious to know what that meant. So don't have a definition for it, apparently.
And would you mind speaking a little to the CCNRs as far as like what's in the CCNRs for the multi uses? I believe that was also discussed at the preliminary.
Yeah, there's some different, restrictions on there. I think the ones that you have are not the newest set of CCNRs that you get on. Emailed the last one with this time and the declaration.
Restriction sections of
The restriction section of the
requirements of what's that stuff. But then the only other addition that was added is the limiting storage units, the 3 lots of the 4 and of the 5.
It's quiet. Signage, size change, was that after the preliminary or this time?
Oh, the signage. Limiting the signage square feet. I believe that was either discussed at the preliminary plat hearing or.
Would you mind just reading what the new statement is, please, so we could.
I think it's.
Was it changed here? Because it was like 32 feet, now it's 50. I don't think the maximum height was on there originally.
Cheat.
Are you on?
So just whatever the changes are from the last meeting.
There's
minor ones, but wording changes and.
I believe this one is.
That's, no, yes,
Yes.
On the new one, that there's the declaration at the beginning that was added to the CCNRs before the definition is. On the design and construction standards. They're on the design and construction standards. F, there was just a note that was added to make sure that there was these required on all the buildings as it published and then be on the light industrial prohibited uses. That one on all lots, sanitary landfills, fur farms, automobile working or salvage yards, airports, oil and gas production waste facility, sexual oriented businesses, sawmills and lumber yards, which was something that was requested to be added. And then on restrictions under C, it showed on the prohibited uses, storage unit use restrictions of just 2 lots being able to, that it doesn't, people aren't buying it and putting storage units on every single lot in there. So- I think that there's underneath underneath general restrictions, it does say lots may not be further subdivided with the exception of lot 6, which was discussed to be subdivided in the future to the extent permitted by Sublette County zoning and subdivision regulations. All subdivisions of lot 6 shall comply with these CCNRs. So that would require coming back through any kind of division through the change in these. I think the signage allows for on here that change of being up to 50 square feet of commercial buildings. Not storage. There's the height, maximum height for the signage be 18 feet. And then I think there was 6 feet on the other one. I think on P, there was something noted for utilities serving the lots placed underground, not interfering with any type of utility easements, building to interfere with that. Also, there's Q that talks about the subdivision discussing a maintenance plan, maintaining the roads and snow removal of the main roadway for access, and that lot owners have to maintain their own snow removal. Maybe some minor wording adjustments. I think that's the gist of the majority of the changes that were done since the ours that we're doing.
Any questions or statements from online? Thank you. From the attending public? Yes, please.
Question director,
You can ask me.
clarify the housing situation. Says 14 dwellings, is that 14 duplexes? which would be 28 family units, or that be 7 duplexes with 14 family units?
Haley?
And is there a square foot restriction on those duplexes, on each of the duplexes?
Thank you.
How large are they, how many bedrooms, how large are they allowed to be? So how many people will be living in that area? So if we love to do that, then we have on each side, it could be 4 bedroom units. And they have a duplex with 4 bedrooms in each of them. That was the 8.
Thank
Does that
you.
make sense?
It does.
My interpretation is this, according to this definition, that it says each family occupies a separate dwelling unit. So therefore, if it is a duplex, that would contain 2 dwelling units. Since it says each family occupies a separate dwelling unit. So therefore, it would be 14 dwelling units and 7 duplexes.
Okay. And does it reference square footage?
I'm not aware of a square footage requirement. I would need to go in here and double check a little bit just to see about that.
I guess their septic systems will probably size those down. I mean,
It's
you're
based
not
off the
gonna
number of
have a
bedrooms.
4-bedroom apartment if your septic systems are questionable.
Right.
Did that address?
If to tie in there also, if you're going to have that many people coming in, again, 354 should not be their entrance. That's, just think how many times you go in back and forth from your own house, 2, 3, 4 kids. That will leave how much traffic that would be on 354. Depending on how many family units are being.
Thank you. And has that been addressed?
At the time that happens, the building permits would be required to be submitted to the county. Access permits would be required to be updated, and this would require coordination and any approval from YDOT. So whether or not it comes off of 354, that would have to be approved. It would have to be reviewed from YDOT.
Were you able to hear that? You're welcome.
Unfortunately, I can't really say whether or not it would be approved or not, because it's really a YDOT permit.
Oh, is this housing part of the plat discussion today? That the 5 industrial units are self-explanatory. But this 6th lot just seems they could put it all industrial, they could put it only X amount of housing, but they're only X amount. You're only allowed so much housing per acre. But how many industrial units are they allowed to put if they choose not to do housing? How many commercial units are they allowed to put in there? I'm not understanding how you can pass this when you don't know the facts on lot number 6. That seems to be the variable here.
Well, in my mind, I was a little confused there too, but the zoning's in place, so unless they want to come back in and change the zoning from housing to industrial, they can't do any more industrial.
But we don't know, if you guys don't know, because I'm not voting. If this will be all light industrial, will this all be commercial? Can they only so many houses, but it's not subdivided, so either you.
But it is zoned, it is zoned, it's not subdivided, but it is zoned. So it has to be things that fit in those 3 zoning.
So how many light industrials would be allowed to be put in there?
There's only one light industrial lot in that,
So
on lot 6.
only one more in addition to the 5.
Yeah.
that were then put on to the other 5 units.
Right.
How many commercial?
Well, it's in one lot right now. I don't know how many they can break that down.
Theoretically, if they came in for a building permit, we would look at the zoning and see what is permitted. And it would need to be, if they wanted anything that was light industrial, it would need to be within this area. If it was the highway commercial, it would need to be within this area. We would then go through and check the densities and we would check it at that time. But as far as like the numbers, there's really not a limit on like the number of buildings per se. This is depending on what they're doing. I mean, really, even in residential zoning, there's, when it comes to accessory structures and outbuildings, building on one piece of property,
Right, with the water and the sewers.
but outbuildings don't necessarily
No.
always require water.
No, but if you have the light industrial and commercial, if you have to have water and sewer.
So if I understood Clayton here a bit ago, we might be going down a rabbit hole that's, okay, thank you. So it, well, thanks, I appreciate that. So, great. So at this point in time, basically, have all the items of the preliminary draft been met? Okay, that's the underlying factor right there. Anything else would have been addressed prior to, if that makes sense. Thank you. At this point in time, if there's no further questions or comments, we'll accept a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the final plat for the subdivision known as Mountain Meadow subdivision submitted by Mountain Meadow Creek LLC with Daniel Dover as a managing member. Finding the application is complete and in compliance with Sublette County zoning and development regulations, including chapter 7, subchapter 4, or chapter 12, subchapter 4, that all required certifications, accompanying material and conditions of approved preliminary plat have been satisfied. Approval is granted pursuant to Wyoming statute 34-12-103 and Sublette County zoning and development regulations.
We have a motion by
I'll say.
Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Bradley, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion passed. Thank you. Thanks, Brian.
Have a good day.
Always good to see you.
If they were in.
Well, if you answer the questions the right way, we will. Okay, up next is Haley Rulin, changing the planning and zoning 25-26 fiscal years comparison. Going through. First quarter 26 versus first quarter 25, we had a 65% change reduction in the planner salary. And the zoning administrator went up by 50%. Office supplies are nominal. Education and travel, there was nothing this quarter. And nothing for repairs. Yours is pretty much cut and dried. It's just going through and identifying what we're trying to accomplish and have people being cognizant of keeping a reduction of costs. Are there any questions, observations?
I don't have a question on the budget. I do have a question. I think Doug's gonna bring up during old business, but we might go ahead and now for it. I think there's gonna be some discussion about fees that are charged through the planning and zoning office. Whether they're enough or not enough, Doug wanted to discuss it in old business.
Okay,
While Haley's here, I guess
we can.
ask her with bringing forward what all people come in there and pay for. Building permit, septic permit, subdivision, whatever, what all you put fees for. Bring them back first of the year and we'll discuss them all, whether you think they're adequate or not adequate. Need to be adjusting our fees, just like we would the dump fee or whatever else. But my knowledge, it hadn't been changed in
It's been a long
100 years.
It's been a long time. We actually have started research into this and reached out to all the counties to get feedback, and sounds like there's already been another county compiled all the fees for all the counties of the state. So it's nice that there's, you know, a good group of planners that document these things, and we have access to nearly almost all the county fees, and just to do a comparison, I will say what's provided isn't always, and requirements are not all the same for every county. So I think we need to take that into account as well. Just what's all involved with the permit and how involved we are.
But I'd like.
That's your issue also? Excellent.
Interest. We've been, we don't even. Spending a lot of this.
Would you put your microphone on, please? Great, and then also turn it on. Okay. Anything further? Great, thank you so much for everything. Andrea. Has everyone had the opportunity to read through the proposed employee handbook and changes?
There weren't a lot of changes.
One thing that I'd like to always keep in the forefront, if there's verbal suggestions to an individual that's working under the department head, that it goes in writing and be put into the file, the personnel file for that individual.
So I mean, it's technically a write-up if it's put into their personnel file. What I recommend to the supervisors is document it. But you're not gonna get them to sign it. It's not something that, it's just so you can go back and say, on this date, this is what I said to you. And now if this behavior is continuing,
That's correct.
it's gonna be a write-up.
Sure.
And so I tell them to document it and keep it for their records. Once you put it in the personnel file, it is disciplinary action. It's more of a write-up.
I don't think it's disciplinary. I think it's just a notation to the personnel file of what's going on with the individual.
You have a comment?
Apparently said in your, it falls into that category of discipline. You have, in policy, there's different levels.
Yes, yeah, but I mean, if that's what you want to have a verbal documented in their personnel file.
Well, if the individual is given that and goes back to the office and then 3 months later, something does occur and they say, oh, this is what happened 3 months ago, it's really not documentation that can be considered at that point in time.
So you note that a verbal occurred, but you don't put the contents of the verbal.
Yeah.
Fine. Yes.
And that goes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because then so then you have this issue of like, okay, Matt got in trouble because he was whatever. And so then the personnel file has a note of Mac got verbal reprimand on this day. And it's not like the contents of that verbal reprimand aren't specific in there, but
that is correct. Yes.
We're all on the same.
Yeah, that works for me.
You've been able to document the history with that employee over a period of time. Yes, that's the purpose of it.
But you're not documenting what occurred, just that it did occur, but you don't know what it is.
Well, supervisors typically have that documented themselves. It just isn't going into the personnel file. So if they want to write something up for their own notes so they can go back to it, that's kind of what they've been doing.
And the other piece to it is thinking of it from this perspective. If somebody's in that situation, sometimes it comes from a written complaint of some sort. So you have the written complaint, and you have the notation in the employee file, so-and-so was given a verbal reprimand according or as a result of this over here.
Okay.
So a lot of times there is some kind of connection on it.
Correct. And if you have it established as a continuing doing business as under this umbrella, it's more easier to substantiate than not to have it in the folder and say, oh, by the way, I had this over here, which could have been just written up a couple days ago.
Yeah. And again, the areas in the county where this is going to be most important is going to be in the sheriff's office, where it is crucial for those because they have a built-in escalation situation based on their property right to their job. Whereas it's not as relevant in other departments. The thing to be most cautious of in a written and in a verbal is the creation of an employment contract through whatever that documentation is. So for example, Mac was reprimanded for, I don't know, falling asleep at his desk. And then he's basically told, hey, you can keep your job so long as you don't sleep at your desk. Like that can be construed as the creation of an employment contract. And then it's like, hey, that's all I gotta do is stay awake, then I keep my job. And then Mac, so long as he's keeping his eyes open and he's still awake, he gets to keep his job. And that's the danger. And that's why HR wants to be involved in all those documentations.
Thank you.
So let me ask this a minute then. So if I say to Mac, open your eyes and do your job, now is that harassment?
Well.
Well, yeah, that's that's what.
Disability.
Well, I don't know whether
Protected class. Yeah.
Well, from my perspective, I'm harassing him. I'm telling him, you keep your eyes open, do this job, or you're out of here.
It's not harassment.
What is it?
Facts.
Say this.
I don't care. You're on speakerphone. Okay, never mind. I just need to clarify. Because there's this.
The nice thing about this, Commissioner Vickery, is you don't deal with personnel.
Fair enough.
Okay. Everyone's read through. Any questions, issues?
I think we need to cover the travel and expense reimbursement section 13, the general policy.
Thank you.
Page 9.
Yeah. I know we've had this discussion several times and I think we came up with 2 or 3 different versions of what we would like as far as how the notification from anybody doing overnight travel comes back to the commissioners.
So I put an example in there for notification versus what it says currently, where it talks about approval.
So Sam, explain again what you'd like out of that one.
So what I would like is not to get criticized or chastised when one person notifies me and thinks that they've notified the whole commission, and then you guys question, well, why didn't they call me and tell me that they were going out of town as well? Remember those conversations?
I do, and you've never had the opportunity to contact us apparently. Or you haven't.
Because I remember the last conversation we had, our chairman, Mr. Bernard, was gonna go and talk to HR about rolling out a policy, and I'm not sure if that ever happened, but.
We discussed it, and that's as far as it got.
And so I would like some clarification, because it's kind of an unfair advantage for all our people out there, you know, is what is our expectations and requirements, and can we get it in writing so it's written in stone and they all know, and we don't have to have the discussion when somebody goes out of town and they called Mac instead of calling Dave.
Well, I think that in red under section 13 says it all.
That's not in there, right? Red?
Yeah, in the case of persons supervised by county commissioners, notice must be given to the board prior to overnight travel.
Is that the entire board? Is that?
It says
Should it say?
to the county commissioners, as near as I know, with an S on the end of it means that's how I determine it to be.
So. Andrea, you will let everybody know, commissioners.
Well, that's what it says. Did I misread that?
That's the
Well,
suggested
it's a
change.
suggestion.
Well, that's,
It could also say notice must be given to a member of the board.
yeah, commissioners is fine, because I've had some of the same stuff you've had.
No, exactly. We've all had it.
Yeah, we've all had it, and this takes, it either puts a burden on everybody or it takes it off of everybody. I say leave the red one in there.
So the red one's what she's proposing that we change it to, right?
Yeah. I'm fine with that.
So it doesn't say permission is notice. And is email suffice?
Yes. Same as what you currently do, and same as Janess, and works very well. Why?
I'll tell you where I go.
You're not under the.
But I would be curious to know why. Because we went through this discussion on the credit cards, which I wasn't in favor of, but I've since, okay.
Obviously not. Obviously not.
Well, why hasn't the sheriff picked theirs up, and why hasn't fire picked theirs up? Why aren't they using them?
That's up to them.
Not when you look at reimbursements. That's what they were supposed to take care of, the reimbursement policy.
Your reimbursement policy and your credit card policy are two different.
I understand that, Clayton. Okay, I know that. But they still are coming out of the county coffers to take care of it. And so what I'm saying is we have a credit card policy.
Personnel.
Let's use it for everybody, and then it's in one deal here. We know that the credit cards are this. I've given up on that part of it. The credit cards are out there, we're gonna use them, but let's have everybody use them, so we don't look at reimbursements for this and this and that, when the credit card's supposed to take care of that stuff.
So this is the point I was trying to get at, is that you have two different policies. And your reimbursement policy does not say thou shalt use a county credit card. It says
Okay.
if you-
You're mincing words. We know what the thing was for. It was designed to, folks didn't have to use their personal credit cards,
didn't
period.
have to.
They didn't have to.
Correct.
Okay.
But didn't have to and must use a county credit card are two different things. That's what I mean, like you have a different policy. If
So-
you want to mandate,
No, I'm not into that. I'm not into mandating
so
anything.
if you're not gonna mandate, then they can choose to do it. So. for
Just doesn't-
example,
just
most
doesn't-
recently,
Just doesn't make sense.
I just hotels.com account, and I booked a hotel in about 2 minutes while I was at a stoplight and said, hotel, that one works. It was terrible. But like you just said, I went to that, it was linked to my credit card. I sent the receipt to Maria. She submitted it.
Were you driving in a county vehicle when you were using that credit card at a stoplight? You're not supposed to.
I'm just using this as an example.
I'm just telling you.
I just wasn't gonna choose to. use
Okay,
that.
never mind. I've lost this one, so that's fine.
But it's a choice.
That won't be the first time I've won or lost one. It just boggles my mind that the department, the sheriff's department especially, we're all gung ho over this thing and now they're not even using it. Okay, away we go. Next. Merry Christmas.
I've lost. You're aware you have access to a county credit card, yes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all I needed to know. They're aware and they can use it or they don't have to. Excellent. Any others? Thoughts on the document? You were asking her a question on something? Yes, I know that. But you're at the board table, is to be directed here.
I was just asking her some discussion, if some language was in here that we.
Great, thank you.
Well, in section 10, there's no way we can enforce that.
100% there is.
I see county employees found vehicles on patrol constantly.
Oh, enjoy some.
Oh, which one?
Cell phone while driving.
Oh,
Yeah, we just addressed it.
So last time we did the handbook, we put in that they could use a hands-free device. We added that.
I'm saying though, I see them on their, not hands-free, I mean, constantly, like the rest of us. They're in a county vehicle, they're doing it too, so that's worthless, you know?
It's probably good to leave it in there.
so one of the things that the reason that we have this in there is that a variety of our federal grants have it as a requirement of our federal grant. And so it's in our policy to meet the
Yeah, if
requirements.
there was an accident, they show links on the phone.
And then we can get with it.
But I'm saying, y'all start watching, okay? Road and bridge is the worst. Guarantee every truck you meet, they're on their phone. I'll probably get reference. Start watching.
Well, I've got my head down looking at my head.
But I'm saying, put that in there. You're not in the county, you're not in the county vehicle.
I didn't even know I passed them.
I'll have them call you. They're constant.
So
Do we need a motion to accept these changes for 2025?
If everyone's good, yes.
I'd make a motion to accept the suggested changes for the handbook for 2025.
Motion,
I'll second it.
motion and second. Discussion?
So an employee is elected official, not an employee.
In what sense? I mean, they're employed by Sublette County, but in what sense? They
Well-
still sign this.
Well, because on the very first page, it says only people that work 30 hours are use the insurance and number C, no. Yeah, C on general policies. If you read that, it says you have to work 30 hours and more than a week. This is boy. That's why I asked what the difference.
So you have to, have in your policy what is considered full-time, and it was at 40 hours, and I cannot remember, it was when I was in the clerk's office still that it got changed to 30 hours. And
We might not work that much a month. What? Keep yourself.
You pick up the slack.
No, 2 meetings a month, it's gonna be hard. Now, we might today before we're done. I'm just saying on the clock. I mean, I just picked it up and you're sure it's,
Isn't that further defined, Clayton, by salary versus hourly?
One more time.
Isn't that further defined by salary versus hourly? So if he's at salary that,
Oh,
You're not-
exempt and not exempt?
yeah,
No,
I'm for receiving the benefits.
so our carrier doesn't have an issue with it. So it's a carrier issue. It's not any, it doesn't really have anything to do with. If our carrier is good with it, then that's, I guess.
this was their fix back then. If they lowered it to 30 and then they agreed to cover commissioners as full-time.
There you go. Good. Thank you. Okay,
So the other thing is,
You guys did not finish that
Oh.
motion.
sorry,
Oh, yeah. Had a vote or a second, but no vote.
motion second, we had a discussion. Any further discussion?
Well, I might have one more.
Pardon me?
Well, I think about it. I forgot it the first time around. So I guess explain to me again. I read it, I
Thanks,
can't
Jack.
find it. The exempt and non-exempt, because as I read it, the exempt are salaried individuals, is that correct?
yes,
And the non-exempt are hourly folks.
that's actually not true. All of our full-time are salary and they are either exempt or non-exempt. So,
Okay, so if they're all on salary, which I understand that, so what determines exempt or non-exempt?
it's based off a lot of criteria, including how much they're paid, if they have supervisory, duties, if there's certain field like computer, if they're in the computer part, like our IT, we can, if they fit certain criteria, there's a lot. There's like a breakout of criteria under even that, if they can be exempt. Certain administrative roles can be exempt.
Yeah, okay, well, the reason I asked that is because someplace I could have had it on, highlighted it, so. Anyway, so someplace in there it says exempt employees cannot accrue overtime, but everybody in the county accrues overtime. So how do you explain that one?
Most of our employees are non-exempt.
Well, now, I'm sorry.
Most of them are non-exempt. They don't qualify to be exempt. So all of your department heads are exempt. Obviously, the elected officials are exempt.
But it doesn't matter if you're salaried then. If you're salaried, you can still be
Yes.
non-exempt?
Yes.
Okay, that took care of that question then.
Okay, any further discussion?
Not from me.
Excellent. Have a motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passed. Thank you so much for your good work on that.
So the second thing is a proposal to reimburse a firefighter for an EMS course. He's already finished it. We have done this in the past. I know you weren't here, but we did pay for 2 firefighters that went through the EMS courses and they were reimbursed. So he was not able to do it here in Sublette County because the one he needed wasn't available. So he did go out of state. And so he wasn't aware. He's new. He was a firefighter somewhere else. And so he's not like a recruit. So he's already actively I'm sorry, I don't know the terms. You're a firefighter, like he doesn't have to go through the recruit academy because he's already a firefighter one. So, but he is here now and he's joined the fire department. And then he did this EMS course, not knowing that it was even an option to ask for reimbursement. So, using the professional development fund.
The last time they started down the road, one of them quit or something halfway through.
And they had
So
to,
reimbursement might be a better policy than.
and we talked about it back then, but we did get reimbursed, by the way, for what we paid out for that one firefighter.
So how much we talking?
So his course was $899. In the previous contract, we agreed to pay up to $1,000. That's not including any supplies or anything. That's just the course.
So that's not, I want to say that doesn't come out of the fire budget anywhere?
No. We paid for it from the professional development fund previously, and then he's paid for it himself this time.
No, that's fine. I'm getting a look. I'm okay with this. Yeah.
Any debate on it? Further questions? Motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we reimburse both firefighters for their EMT course through the professional development account.
Have a motion, second.
Second.
Second by
Gotcha.
Commissioner Stevens, all in favor? Oh, sorry.
Aye.
Further discussion. I didn't mean to exclude you, Doug.
I know you did.
Okay. Any opposed? Motion passed.
Can I get clarification on this also? So does that mean going forward that we can use that to pay for EMS courses if fire suggests that I think we had a stipulation that the recommendation comes from the fire department. They know they're firefighters and they can approve it or whatever, and then it comes through me? Or do I need to come up?
I think it's a case by case basis, to be honest with you, because something obscure might happen that would take that away from them.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It
All
does to me.
of them have to have the EMS course at a certain point in their training or?
No.
But
No.
it is helpful for crossover.
So I can tell you, because my husband is one of them, that it's been super beneficial for him to have that crossover. In fact, at the Dollar Lake fire, he was the only EMS on site. EMS left. And so he was acting EMT, which you have to have a red card and be a firefighter still to be up there. And he was the only one. So
if we make it that anyone qualifies to get reimbursed, does that mean that Doug can go anytime and take the class and be reimbursed?
no, currently it's for firefighters.
So I could be an
correct.
EMS guy.
Correct. So anyone that's part of the department can go without Shad's permission and take it then.
So the fire, like Shad and ML, whoever is involved, would have to make the recommendation and come to me.
Okay, great.
And then
I missed that.
and get approval,
Great.
even through me. So there's a step process. So I guess that's what I'm getting at. With this fund, especially considering that we're moving it into my budget with the next fiscal year, I'm just looking for clarification because there was never any set clarification. I said that, sorry.
Okay.
I said at the time that I would come for any, I think large amounts. I don't know if you remember, Sam, or Commissioner White, sorry. I think it was just like large amounts, but that's so vague. So I'm just looking for clarification because I do have other employees that are coming to me asking about Excel courses or other classes that might enhance their position, but I need to know what I'm allowed to approve without coming to you guys first.
Does their department head come forward and say they had, okay,
Oh, yes, there's a step.
thank you.
Okay, so I got, for clarification. So if I want to take an EM course, and that's all, because I could use it in my travels around the country, I see somebody out here kicking, I might be able to resuscitate them. You're telling me I can't take that unless it's tied to the fire?
That I would come back to you guys for. This is just approval for firefighters. We're just seeing that it's a huge benefit to have that crossover when they're going on the calls already.
No,
Yeah.
that's not the question. Oh, I understand that perfectly well, but so are all the EMS personnel that are qualified on the fire team too?
No.
Well, you
I
answered my
mean-
question. Thank you.
Yes, there are EMTs who are not firefighters, but that's separate. And
Yeah, well, and that's what I was asking.
yeah,
If I,
sorry, I guess I misunderstood. I thought you were asking if you were, as an employee, wanted to also take the EMS course.
well, I might.
So then I would come to the board.
Yeah.
And get approval for that.
Okay.
So what I'm asking is, do I have, I guess, pre-authorization for firefighters? If it's recommended by the fire department and comes through me.
So the way I look at it, I think, that we set a limit that says, so any department head and any elected official can make a recommendation to Andrea, say, for example, an Excel course that's $300. So any professional development that comes from the recommendation of their direct supervisor, I don't have an issue with Andrea approving it up to $1,000. Any kind of course that's gonna cost more than $1,000, I feel like should come to us and have a discussion over it, and if it's truly beneficial, that's the way I see it. And I feel like Andrea can make those decisions up to that $1,000 mark.
That line item is not in your budget right now.
It's in the general fund.
But it's moving into your
Mhm.
budget next year, so you have an item.
Yeah, so I guess that's why I'm looking for clarification.
Yeah.
Like with Sam's suggestion.
I've been beat up today enough. I'm okay with that.
Much is in that line item.
I actually don't know exactly how much is now. The only thing that's been used so far this fiscal year is for the AI.
Great. Okay, anything else? Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Nope. Harry? Quick break.
Lay off that, but.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
And what do you have for us, please?
I guess your last meeting went long and so I didn't, make it to the old business section, so then I requested from Jessica that we just get on the agenda to talk about your plans for the.
We just slide that closer to you, please.
For public health building?
Yes. Great. You were going to take a look and research some of it, and have you come up with any thoughts to share with us, please?
So I got down to just, like the basic space that would be what we would need for to do our public health work. It really does reflect in, these basic four things. This, I know that the original contract that Clayton helped us draw up had this attachment B, which really literally spells out the space that it takes with the patient care rooms, the ADA compliance, all of the things that it takes to do our public health work. Really nothing's changed since this document was presented for what the needs for public health space is. I think, according to like map stuff, like square footage could be adjusted based on, if the base requirements for patient care areas and office space and the all that kind of stuff was.
So you're not set on the 6,000 square feet?
As long as we have the rooms to do the work we need to do. There are requirements that must be met for ADA compliance and the Wyoming Fire Marshal for any kind of clinical nursing space. And the current space we're in was under like the 5,000 square feet. Had already been classified as healthcare, so there was a lot of hoops that our temporary space didn't have to meet that the need to, which requires plans and all that stuff through those processes. This one's a request that, we have a plan. The next step would be a plan for a permanent location. And that's just a cost and time and staff and energy and all the stuff it takes to relocate. My other ask is a project manager because I am not a project manager. And so whatever space we get into, it is going to require, and with all these different entities to get approved clients and manage a project. Construction.
Have you been able to ascertain what the cost of a project manager would be?
That's right up Andre's wheelhouse, ain't it?
He said he'd do it.
I think it could be put there.
Any questions?
Nope, I don't.
Mr. Victory?
Ask Mr. Bradley first.
Commissioner Bradley?
You want my thoughts on moving forward or what I think?
Both.
I think we need to get something out of proactive, whether they're gonna stay there or not. If they're not, look what remodel that building is gonna take.
Commissioner Stevens, any?
That sounds good.
Excellent. Commissioner White?
I'd like to know what an engineering estimate would look like for a new build somewhere too. If we could get an estimate. I mean, we had a estimate done on the courthouse and the new facility one time, which gave us a good number of knowing what we're working with compared to a remodel new build. I would like to see what they could come up with to build the space new would also look like.
With that new build, would you want to add a little room for IT or for any sort of extra rooms for what we're running out up here in this courthouse.
Why don't you build a new courthouse at the beginning courthouse?
Who says that? Who said that?
I said that.
Well, it's my turn, so right now, my thought process tells me, yeah, new would be great. But until we know what the next 2 or 3 years is gonna be, I think we ought to slow down, and if we have to do something with proactive, fine. Got another option over here on the other side of the street. It could be a fill-in, whichever way we want to go. But I tell you what, tackling a 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 million, whatever it's gonna be, facility right now doesn't seem to me make much sense. That's just me. I'd much rather spend something on refurbishing something and then time goes on. If there's an opportunity to build a new, we do. If not, continue with what we've upgraded, so to speak.
I'd like to see us move proactive one way or the other pretty fast. Don't want to be financing that or renting it out too long myself. Get them to.
Okay. Clayton, in your discussions, any thoughts on a time schedule for a determination from proactive?
Yeah, and that's a conversation that would like to have with you guys.
Okay,
But I guess just for some clarification, Jenna and I have talked about this at length. And I guess just for some clarification for her as she's moving forward. Are you instructing her to find a consultant? Are you instructing her to work with Andre to find a consultant? To then put together a group to look at options and then build kind of a menu of options to represent to this group? That menu of options could include a potential of what refurbishing or retrofitting proactive would look like, because then you could get through I know we can go through there. They would let us go through and look at everything and see, and then an architect or an engineer could say, yeah, this is your ballpark cost estimate for refurbing it in order to meet public health needs. So if that's where I just know those are the kind of the questions that are going to come up in terms of next steps.
Well, I think the step is to, like Mac, get this settled here first.
Yeah, I don't want to move forward until we get something done over
Yeah.
there.
Find out.
so let's,
So your clock is ticking.
yeah, so
You've got 18
But it
months.
never expires. It can tick and tick.
Oh,
So-
it starts.
We can start renting that building a hell of a lot cheaper than we can build one.
Okay, and that's completely fair, and that is your decision to make. But you ultimately have public health in a building that there is not sufficient for their needs. So the longer that clock ticks, then you start paying for a building that doesn't meet their needs.
so if I may interject here, you were thank you. You were referring to having a conversation with us in executive session pertaining to this. So why don't we table this conversation till we get into the executive session to find out what's going on with our current assets, make a determination on what way we're going, and then we can come back and address the issue at hand and how to address it. Otherwise, we're chasing a bunch of options with no meaning. Does that work?
Yep.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay, so brief and then have Jenna hang out while we have a quick chat.
Welcome to, or we can catch up with her whenever. If you'd like to hang out, that would be great. Okay.
Make a motion, we move into the 16-4-405. Roman numeral.
Motion for executive session, is there a second?
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Please excuse us while we're in executive session.
Turn off your radios, okay.
And Commissioner Vickery, you care to share with us what your thoughts are?
And I've got to revamp. So the ultimate goal is to put public health in a facility, as near as I know. So we have an option, two different facilities here that we could either take and revamp, either one. Or we could just jump right out there and build a new one. And I'm not in favor of building a new one right now with what we don't know is going to be the revenue. So in my mind, that's out of the equation. So now we're down to the two facilities that we're going to be talking about. And I'll be the only one that will think we have an opportunity to invest in the McKinney building because it's basically set up. It's going to need a little redo someplace along the line to meet all of the stuff that Janilee needs. But Janilee was there, and when we went through that the last time, unless her mind has been changed and jumped right in, she thought the facility would work quite comfortably with some upgrades. Now, my thought process tells me if we want to create a S storm, and I'm not going to put all that out there, we kick Proactive out of their building, move Janilee into it. I, for one, am not ready to do that. I think we need to entertain a rental program for them to give them an opportunity to put together the opportunity to buy that facility if they can do it within a reasonable time. And then they can be responsible for the upgrades that are going to be required for whatever they need to be done. In the meantime, we can make a fairly quick move. I say quick, it won't be day after tomorrow, obviously. If we could put a deal together with the McKinney building, that's always a big if. But that would allow, if that can happen, that would allow Janilee to move in there on if it has to be a temporary basis or a full-time basis until down the road, revenue allows and build a new facility, a house. Or we've already got the ground that we could use over there if that would be appropriate. Got a piece up on the hill where people could look down at the highway. So there's some options there. But I can assure you, the community that uses Proactive today, if we give them the boot, which is, I think, seems like it's a consensus here, hang on, because there's a lot of people use it. A lot of people. And if they have nowhere to go in this end of the county, that's not going to bode very well for anybody. So that's my take on it. No, I'm done.
My take hasn't changed too much, but I do like the idea of let's get all the apples on the table. Let's see what it cost. It may cost so much to rectify that building that it isn't worth it. The McKinney building, I know nothing about. Do you think it's close? Maybe we get an
It's back
estimate
to
on.
Clayton's comment. I'm not an architect. I'm not an engineer, and
Well, you have a lot of requirements.
The ADA claim, like you have to turn in plans to the fire marshal if it's gonna be a health facility, and it has to meet those ADA standards. Like, those are things that
So if we know, we need to know if that building's
even, yeah.
can be brought up to standard easily. Let's get them both out on the table, and if the McKinney building would, if they'd let us look at it. Study them and it may come to light that a new one is only $1 million more or something. I don't know. Don't know what we don't know.
It's a decision.
Learned it from you.
Yeah, Dana, you've been kicked out of buildings, haven't you? Yeah.
No, there is a timeline on what we have in the current space that we're at. And yes, they could rent it to us longer, but they're also looking for office space. So, you know, I appreciate Clayton's input there that try to get that from them.
Mr. White, in order to draw up plans for a new building, he have there. And the basic floor plans. And that will be sometime in. But there will be costs associated with the drafting up and original plan. that- Is that better?
Thank you for that.
Thank you. So do we set a dollar amount on going down that path as far as creating a architectural design of the property? And then do we assign a building committee? What would you like to propose on that?
Thing to quote Commissioner Bradley, if we want to know what we don't know, you have to set some money aside and you have to look at all the options and all the apples, whether it's, you know, we have to have a professional opinion on what it's gonna take to revamp a building. You have to have a professional opinion on what it's gonna take to get it into ADA compliance. So, yeah, I would propose, you know, that, Jana and Andre get with each other and figure out where they can go and find a firm that can give us all the options so we know what we're making a decision on.
Great. I think that's a good thought, Commissioner Stevens.
That sounds good. I think it's gonna be hard to set a price with so much to be looked at. And all those different buildings. I think that'll be impossible. So
Okay,
There might be, I don't know. You know, they might come back and say,
So does one need to contact the McKinney's and see if they'd even let us look at that building or?
I suspect they would. So if you'd like to sit with Andre and come up with, move forward in that regard, and if Proactive decides to do something or not, then that would also assist. Great, thank you. Is there anything in that you have questions about, Jana?
So I'm being asked to talk to Andre to see if we can find a consultant, architect, engineer.
For a proposed building, I'm going to suspect it's going to be adjacent to the existing Proactive building because we have the property there.
yeah, anywhere. We got several plots, like Commissioner Bakery said, that we could go up on top of the hill. Good.
Okay,
up by the golf course, high water.
okay, and then take a look at what it would take to bring ADA compliant for you. And also the McKinney building. And then we can take a look at what's the most cost effective and move forward from that.
So you want her to come with a proposal and say, hey, I found an engineer, the engineer is gonna cost a ballpark of this.
Right, because Jana Lee's not a project manager.
Well, that's why
Or a
that's,
construction person, and
Well,
doesn't have a full-time
we're talking
job.
about an engineer, an architectural engineer, and that's not cheap.
Yes. So she and Andre together, Andre finds the engineer or architect, and then they come back, give you guys a ballpark of what the engineer is gonna cost, then turn the engineer loose on the 3 projects. Jana would work with the engineer or architect so that their engineer or architect knows what the requirements are, and then that person comes back with a menu of options.
affirmative.
You good on that, Jana?
Yeah, I just don't want to commit myself to things that I. have
You
no
just need to
business
provide the information about what you need.
Okay.
And then I would anticipate you would walk through those buildings, so you have an idea what they look like.
And Andre's with you.
And hell, I'll be on that committee too.
Yeah, any commissioners want to be on that committee? I mean, I don't know how many people. But. Not for- Okay.
Great. We good?
You good?
Thank you so much. Monthly reports. Leila, Emily, anything?
Jesse Lee, I'm gonna text him.
Thank you, Jen.
Requested NOVC. I think it's an abatement. I think I'll just run in.
Is. Oh,
Said that too, that's fine. Good afternoon, good. Mr. Chairman, Layla's out of town today and she asked me to bring this abatement in. We had an aircraft that we had on our tax roll and it was reported and paid for in Lincoln County. So they came to us and asked if we could get an abatement. You bet.
Do or we don't. We'd never have in the past. I thought I asked at one time we didn't have to. For NOVC's notice evaluation changes, right?
The state is going to consider the final determination by the state. This is a local event. The assessor need to change.
So this isn't, see, this is an assessment that has been levied and now is found mistake and we're asking now to correct that.
That is correct, yeah. It was a personal property account. Yep.
Now I understand.
Yep.
We need to adjourn from the Board of County Commissioners and reform as
Board of
Equalization.
Okay. Motion.
So, Mr. Chairman, I move that we adjourn as Board of County Commissioners. Reconvene as Board of Equalization.
You have a motion second, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the tax roll correction presented to us by the assessor's office.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Aye.
aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we now adjourn as Board of Equalization and reconvene as Board of County Commissioners.
Motion is second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you so much.
That's true.
Okay, old business. Sorry to keep you waiting so long.
But, Mr. Chairman,
Please?
don't we have Ken and those here first? No.
Yeah, they're the old business.
Oh. They don't look that old to me.
Okay.
Okay.
I brought that. Go ahead.
Make a motion to approve two surety bonds, one for Amy Kummer, one for Linda Leonard.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Original need sign.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Please. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, good afternoon.
How are you?
You bet. So this is the summary of the bid opening that we did
Thank you.
Thursday, the 11th. Who do you want? You're not gonna get one.
Where's base camp at? I didn't get one.
McCall. Yeah, had not heard of him before, but he's got quite a program going on up there.
Proud of it.
Yeah, yeah. So as requested, at the last board meeting, we, opened up the helicopter contract for bid. We did a 30-day request and received 2 bids back. And one was Rugged Mountain Aviation, who we currently have just concluded the first 5-year contract. And then we received one from Jeff Adams with Base Camp Aviation out of McCall, Idaho. Hopefully that's kind of simple of explanation of what they could offer for us for service. Rugged Aviation, to show you the previous contract, they went up $100 in their training rate per hour. And actually not listed on here was their fuel would go up $1. And then there's really not much different than what we ended with this year. It's almost the same pricing. Base Camp provided 2 different helicopters for bid. They did a UH-1H, was equivalent. It's 1 year newer than the current one we use. Looks like it's in really good shape. And the other one is a B3 A-Star, which would go back to the previous contract. We had a green one with Sky Aviation, and that's equivalent to that. That helicopter. So within the budget, it was nice to have Kurt Kelsey also provide all 3 pilots that would be overseeing the contract. It would be Kurt Kelsey, it would be Emmett Smith, who flew the majority of the last couple of years for us. And then they've added a 3rd gentleman named Zach. And unfortunately, with the Base Camp Aviation bid, it did not include any information on pilots. So so I can't give you any history, but knowing that with Rugged Mountains, all 3 obviously have the human external cargo load that is super important for us. Long lining, they've got to have a minimum of 3,000 hours of doing that, but that could be done, so many different ways, just carrying gear, power lines, all that stuff. But to know that they've got the hours with slinging people is the critical factor. So it's with my recommendation that you guys would entertain a contract with Rugged Mountain Aviation for the next 20 years.
It's a 5-year contract.
That's how we proposed it. So within that contract is the clause that we just need the 90 days. Both, entities can pull out of it. And I know Kurt has expressed his understanding that, especially with the funding, with so much of that coming from federal funding, as in the past, that he understands that if we get in a bind, we get in a bind. But that's how we set it out. And I think that was able to have him lock in the hour or the pricing at that consistent state that it is. And with just a very minimal gradual upgrade over the 5 years. Just knowing what we've done, we've been super proud and impressed with what they've provided for us in the past. So again, I would entertain you guys consider that.
We're kind of on that gradual upgrade on the rates, so your 2020 or 2030 rates is where they'll end up by 2030.
Yeah.
That locked in 2026 through 2029 and then jumps to those rates.
Yeah, that's how he had it broken out, and you can take a look at it here if you'd like. He has it broken out for each year, but it didn't change. The only year that it changed was that last year.
Gotcha.
Any questions? One of the items that comes up has come up a couple of times from, I think, 2 of the board members, commissioners, is should we or should we not be billing outside counties ahead of time to have them pay part of the initial cost? And in the course of doing this, I think I understood from Kenna, that we currently do bill the different counties on a per event basis. And then the question then rolls back to the commissioners, is that sufficient, or should there be additional membership fees associated with, if that makes sense? So is there anyone here that would like to talk about that issue that's on your mind?
Okay, you've ran this by me 10 times.
Okay.
Let's do
I'll go
11.
11. I'll do 12.
So we're paying, yeah, 400,000 or that, I mean,
Yeah.
it's 500, but turns out 400,000.
Sure.
That's just to have that thing sitting at the airport and training. If it flies up to rescue somebody, that's above and beyond, which we're reimbursed from the state.
Correct.
So that 400,000, it would be fair to ask two of the other counties to join us in that effort.
I wouldn't think so.
You wouldn't think it'd be fair to ask them? You would think it would.
No, I do not think. I think
Well,
that's
they-
part of our doing business to know that we have it on site, ready, launch, and moments knows.
But if it goes to one of those other counties, then just what they're getting reimbursed from the state for the flight hours.
You can sure ask them. We haven't had any luck with it already. I know you guys threw out a number of just kind of a guesstimate number of, let's say, $10,000 to have the county buy into it. And hopefully in your package, you guys saw that I provided the last 5 years, what our total costs were and then what each county was billed for those. And you'll see that with any sort of usage at all, they, I think, contributed, every year they contributed over $10,000
Of just usage type.
of just the usage.
So our
So,
flat rate contract, which if we're using our rural school funding to
Mhm.
pay for this thing, they get that type of funding also.
but
Our
they haven't
flat
committed,
contract is
Yeah.
400,000
correct,
plus flight time.
plus any hourly wage, yep. And that's the cost for, obviously the use of the equipment, but it's no different than leasing any other piece of equipment. It's keeping up the pilot certification, it's keeping up the maintenance, it's the fuel. It's, it's having, what's nice is they can have a mechanic here. We have a request of a minimum of, or a maximum of 8 hour arrival time for a mechanic if we have malfunctions, and they can have them here within 2 hours. Because their base is just. north
So
of
if we
Salt.
figure this, our flight time, I don't know, 50 some hours a year, it looks like. So, that turns out 10,000 an hour or something. So if you figured in our flat rate contract, could we bill the other counties 10,000 an hour if it goes to service them?
Absolutely, and they will not call us for help. So, and to me, that defeats the purpose of having this, is being able to, the whole purpose of the helicopter is to meet the need in that extreme backcountry in a timely fashion. Whether it's at high elevation, so it's a rock climber that's stuck. If it's just getting in the wilderness area, being able to get somebody and get them out to help in a timely fashion. I think it's been a wonderful asset to everybody that accesses the Wyoming and the Wind River Range, is to be able to have that machine to do that. And to not to serve the east side of the Wind River, let's say, I think would be a disservice.
I'm just curious.
Sure.
I go back to page in 2022. So it shows 2.2 hours, Park County costs 42.9, but yet 7.5 hours to Hot Springs only costs 71.50. What, how come kind of a discrepancy? Why would that be like that?
Because that was a total typo on my part, sir. That's a great catch. I can tell you right now what that would have been.
I'm guessing 25,000-30,000, somewhere in there, based on the 2.2 hours.
It would have been probably 4.8 or something like that. Honestly, with 2.2 hours is all.
Well, but the Hot Springs with the 7.5 hours at 71.50, that's the one that jumped out at me.
Yeah. And that was kind of a freaking, that was actually what we did, was we were requested by the sheriff's office. They had, sheriff employees that got placed, I think with a side by side or a 4-wheel drive vehicle. They got placed into a real gnarly area and ended up having to spend the night. And so we actually had the sheriff's office call us and say, could you please get our deputies out of there? But that, let me find my calculator here, do some math here. I think that's a complete typo, which I apologize for.
No, I never do that. Have a typo.
Park County should have been 20,250.
On Hot Springs?
Yeah, on Hot Springs. And Park County was 5,940. $5,900.
No, okay, so it went down
Yeah,
considerably there.
yeah, that 42 is complete typo.
Okay, that's under the bridge, it's water under the bridge, doesn't
No,
matter.
good catch, thank you.
Yeah. So I guess, did I hear the question that Mr. White asked on the 2030? Is that, does that 2750, is that through 29? Or does it incrementally move each year up to the 2,800?
I'll let you take a look at actually his sheet that he has turned in. And it's just for 2 years, it doesn't change. And then why he chose that 5th year to increase it, I don't know. Cause I know on this previous
Yeah.
contract, he increased it $50 an hour each year. But he didn't do that this time.
Yeah, well, I guess I was not aware of the amount that could be reimbursed. Does that money come back to you guys or does it go?
Yeah.
The reimbursement money?
Yep, and it's all been accounted for.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
Yeah, but no, it went
So
right.
that's
back
money
into
that
the
you guys
helicopter.
get that could offset the next helicopter flight, so to speak.
Well, it just goes right back into that line item for like that, the helicopter contract line item, which is the 400, or it is $500,000.
Yeah, okay. I'm happy with that, I
The
think.
only other thing to consider too is anytime we've gone over the hill, so whether it be Fremont County, Lincoln County, Park County, it's more than 2 hours. It's usually around a 4-hour turnaround time for, let's say, Park County. And with our contract with Rugged Mountain, if we fly for over 2 hours of SAR time, which is an actual SAR mission, not training or utility work or anything, then he waives that daily rate. So there are many a days that we don't pay that. Now, in the big bill, I mean, that's like not taking off a lot of numbers on the,
Makes a difference.
but it does make a difference, and it's been a wonderful benefit that he's done that for us.
Okay, so one other question, if you don't mind. What's the difference in the mission and the non-SAR? There must be a difference
Yeah.
if they are.
So non-SAR could also be /utility, so
I got you.
that's been Lincoln County's repeater work.
I got you.
That's YDOT helping them with the avalanche equipment. So it's not used very often.
So you guys wouldn't get charged for that then if it goes there to, say, hang a flagpole or a power pole or something like that?
Yeah, no. With this exclusive use contract, they've got to be there to service us. Now, we do have a clause in the contract written that if they've been requested to help an outside agency, that they can deal with that directly, but we don't get charged for those days.
Okay.
Try to keep that at minimum.
Well, I'll be honest with you. The first time I looked at the numbers when I first come on board to see that, I thought, holy cow, that's a lot. But I also realize what it brings to the county, what it brings to you guys' operation. So
Well, I appreciate that.
I'm fine. I'm fine with it the way it is.
Commissioner Stevens, any?
I don't have any questions.
Great.
Us. And we'll hit some.
I appreciate too on Thursday having, Commissioner Vickery and Commissioner Stevens there, to watch the process, listen in, and then we were able to answer any questions. The discussion, but
Any questions, Commissioner White?
No, thank you for getting this out. I know it was a short timeline and you guys good.
yeah.
And I don't know if you heard that SRS did get approved for another year, so.
Yeah, very thankful, I think. Jen asked for getting that information to us right away. I appreciate you guys consider to continue to use that to help fund that. Does this answer the questions that you had on just how to acquire the money and the NACO information and SRS?
Yep.
Or can I gather other information for
Note
you?
that right up. that
I
you
want to
did.
make sure I met that.
Especially, I think you had one year that 2 lives were saved. Every year we average one life saved here, so.
Yeah, and I don't take those lightly. I mean, everything
No,
could
it's-
be said or a life save with the, just the environment, like get cold at night. But we've made some big differences in people that wouldn't have made it out.
So I can make one more statement. I have to believe that in a situation like this, with where the folks have been here for a while versus, and it doesn't matter who it is, but you have a comfort zone with the ones you've already been with, because, I'm thinking crawling into a helicopter and heading for top of Gannett Peak, for instance. You better know the guy and trust the guy that's up there with the push stick, so to speak.
Boy, howdy. Yes, sir.
So,
Okay. We good with moving forward on execution renewal of the lease?
So, Mr. Chairman, I'll move that we authorize the Sheriff's Office in Kennet to move forward with a 5-year contract for Rugged Mountain Aviation.
in the second time.
Have a motion second. Any further discussion? Any questions from online? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you guys very
No,
much.
thank-
Thank you very much.
Thanks for working with us.
Just happen to have a copy of the contract. If you guys have it here just in case, right?
Has Clayton gone through it?
What's that? Clayton helped create it, yep.
Great.
And we'll need signatures from Kirk Kelsey, from Chairman Bernard, and from Sheriff Laird. So if somebody wants an official copy of that, that would be grand. Get it out of my hands. Thank you.
Thank you.
We can put it together if I have to have an initial on every page.
We will actually start June 15th. I think it's 16. I think it's actually on the 15th this coming summer. So I would love to be able to come in again and invite you guys officially to, if you guys want to kind of come partake and see what, especially the first couple of weeks are. We'd love to
Great.
come see what, especially like the pilot testing. It's ridiculous what these poor pilots have to go through every year. It's pretty impressive. And we're always looking for people that want to be patients. So, let's put it out there.
Yeah, might as well let her do
I
it.
think we saw everything. We put Andy Nelson into it one year. That was about it. Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Is there any other old business?
Yes,
Please.
hope you're all ready for this. All right, so I have a statement to make. And it pertains to the Christmas party last week. That may not sound much to some of you, but I got in the middle of it and I got calls. And I don't want to be interrupted while I read this, okay? This is my statement about it.
Please, 1 minute. Jessica? Thank you.
Okay, this statement is in regard to the incident at Rendezvous Point. I believe when we have a contract with somebody, whether it's a Big Piney Airport, Proactive Senior Center, Marvelton, doesn't make any difference. But we give up certain amount of ownership when they sign a contract and we sign a contract. We trust that they will manage care, so these facilities are the best of their ability. And I believe Rendezvous Point must be able to serve meals for $6. So I think they're doing a good job. Back to the incident. Now I'm assuming a little of this. I think Elizabeth made the contact with Rendezvous Point and was told the rental fee was $75 an hour. I believe she went back to the office, Clayton contacted them to see if they would consider half that price. Then Commissioner Bernard then told them we wouldn't pay anything. It was a county facility and we wouldn't pay it. Now, the part that's getting to where it bothered me the most, now it's either dreamed up or said that the commissioners had all voted and made that decision not to pay. I started getting phone calls in wanting to know if that was such. I said, not to my knowledge. I think I got Janess out of bed. I called her at home because I was so bothered by this and to ask if we had made that decision. She said positively not. So I have 2 points I'm trying to make, and I don't think we can micromanage facilities we lease out. And I know we give the chairman authority to sign contracts that when we are out of our meetings, we give him that responsibility. But personal decisions, small or large, we at least need to be informed ahead of time. I felt very awkward when they asked me about the voting. I'm sure the Rendezvous Point board will discuss this, and I'm sure the patrons at Rendezvous Point will hear about this also. Now, I'm not sure what we need to adopt. I feel like a policy needs to be out there that we all are informed when something like this comes forward, whether little or big. Now, I'm not telling anybody what to do, but if you get a chance, I think each and every one of you should call Rendezvous Point and tell them you had nothing to do with that decision. I feel strongly about this. I went over and paid for the rental of that Christmas party. I don't want to deal with the fact that I go over there and eat and I'm feeling like people are talking about behind my back of what happened. So that's my statement.
So who wrote that letter?
I wrote it.
Well, you don't know what occurred in the meeting between myself and Tina. You
Yes, I
don't?
do.
No, you don't. Unless it was recorded, you do not know.
Well, I'm taking the fact that I went over there twice and those people, what about Charlie? What about her?
She wasn't in there.
She must have been because
No,
you
sir.
know all about it.
Let me tell you what happened.
I didn't do this to bring up an argument.
Well, I'm being misquoted.
I
No,
know more stuff too.
I've been
If it goes
misquoted
any
on that, and
That's
that's
what
not
I'm hearing.
factual. I went over and I asked, I didn't tell anyone to reduce any rate. I asked, like I would anyone else. There was no demand, nothing that the commissioner said that you're going to not charge us. Nothing like that. When I left Tina, she was going to take it to the board. I said, I'd appreciate it if you would consider not charging us for this. Never, never, ever did I say the commission is opposed to you charging this. That did not occur. So whoever's telling you that,
It's employees over there that's right there at the desk, front desk.
well, that's funny because I wasn't at the front desk. I was in Tina's office.
Well, if you want to take this a little farther, Lynn, I'm a little disappointed that I understood you took a bouquet of flowers over and gave it to Tina. Now, was that for a sympathy reason or was that?
That was to say thank you. That's all it was.
Well, I think that people that have these buildings, we're responsible to take care of them. Now, I'm ready for anybody else got anything to say or not?
I told you what it is.
Well, I know, and I told you my side of it.
Well, but you weren't involved, Dave.
I got involved, trust
No,
me.
you weren't. You're responding to hearsay, and that's offensive. If you can't stand up and say, I was part of that meeting, I know exactly what happened, then you shouldn't say anything.
Right. So did Clayton say do it for half price?
Did not.
Did you, Clayton?
I asked if they would consider a discount.
Yes. So there you go. There you said he did, and there he said he did.
And I didn't talk to Tina about a discount.
So I don't know. Okay, we can just drop it. But I know what's going around the rendezvous point.
I can't help that, but it's based on hearsay because the conversation was between Tina and I.
When people start calling me in my house, I've been over there, I've checked with them, I talked to them, and I know they didn't get paid and I paid it.
That was your choice to
It
do that,
was, yeah.
correct? I told you how it was.
So why didn't it get paid? They just never come to an agreement, so they didn't pay anything? Something should have been paid.
Nothing was paid.
Okay,
I have old business.
please.
This is good old business. So I had the opportunity, my wife and I, to this past few days, we took in 2 concerts, both at the Shepherd Auditorium. Great, great people in this community that can do that kind of stuff. I also took in, we did the what is the ice skating group that put on their show there at the ice rink. And I'll tell you what, that was, if you haven't been there, you need to go there because that's just awe-inspiring. You got little guys like this. If they take their skates off, they might not be able to walk, but I'll tell you what, they could skate. And then the last one we took in was if you haven't been there, it's called the Super Bowl. The first time I heard about it, I'm thinking, well, it's a little ahead of time, but whatever. Well, the soup is S-O-U-P and the bowl is what those kids at ceramics class build. And some of them are, I'll tell you what, pretty cool. Besides that, you just get involved with that kind of stuff and you end up not buying the bowl so much as the kid that made it. And I can tell you what, it's the money that comes out of that goes to the Angel Tree program. Can't imagine any better thing to spend a few dollars on. So I know all those things are a year out, but I'll tell you what, if you have an opportunity, take the time because it's well worth seeing the talent that's in this community and the people that are invested their time to make it work. It's just incredible. And it just gets better every year from my perspective. So that's my old business.
I don't have any.
Any further business?
No, so back to what Dave was saying, I think all of us as commissioners need to be real careful when we're asking anybody of anything that we're not representing each other or the board as a whole, we're representing the county and make sure we portray the message. Cause I used to be the chairman and I've been in that situation where, people misconstrued what something I was talking about as a request from all 5 of us. And I had to make sure I was very diligent about saying, hey, this is Sam White request. I am a county commissioner. I will take it back to my board and I'm open to anything. But I think all of us need to be hypersensitive as we are out and about that, sometimes people can misconstrue what we're asking as something that came from the whole board. Just like to add that as far as paying rent. Yeah, I don't know what was said. I wasn't there. Hearing this all right now, don't know what all went down or how it went down. Assuming that hopefully you guys get that worked out, but I hope that you getting the message back that that was a decision made by all 5 of us, gets told to whoever that was, that it was not in fact a decision made by all 5 of us. And we're open to different options.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Anything else? Motion to adjourn?
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Yeah, aye. No, not opposed. No, don't take that wrong. I'm in favor of, yeah, going forward with getting out of here.